seconds. Seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I mean, Phoebe's got to have like a go-to dude.
I sure hope so.
No, like a Hollywood star that like George Clooney.
Yeah.
Or like, do you know who Phoebe's go-to guy is? Like,
I don't know. No, I haven't found that out yet.
We need to find out. Like, maybe it's Matthew McConaughey. We just got a big picture of him.
Yes.
Put it on the headboard. She's looking at him while you're drilling it.
You know what? I'd like to take a look too.
Oh, Matthew?
Yeah, why not?
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
There's some funny stuff going around here. I don't know. Somebody's eating my porridge and somebody's slept in Dan's bed. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Wednesday, August 18th, 2025. Myself, Lummy, Dr. Dan, Seth, Macho Man, all here today. And there was some
something was
stuff,
amiss.
Yes, not just one little thing moved around, but there's been several little things moved around.
Ghosts.
First of all, Seth walks in and his camera is the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Looks like Colton was on his way. Listen, I love Colton to death, but and I think sometimes he even takes out the trash and does some various other housekeeping duties.
Yeah, he took out the trash on Friday.
I think he gets that trash bag slinging around and he hits Seth's tripod. God bless him. I know he's trying to help and I love him more than anything. But I think maybe
Colton's been in here a million times. I mean, is he? I mean, I think everybody would know if he knocked a camera over. He definitely wouldn't leave it.
Oh no, not purposely.
Well, here's Colton. He could leave it in fear if he put it back, it's not going to be correct because you can't, really put that camera correct unless you're sitting there, Seth, and a guy can frame you up. So you just can't just kind of put it back because it's going to be off. It's a very delicate equation to get you framed up right.
Of course.
And so you might just leave it, kind of leaning, knowing that Macho Man needs to put his eyes on it and frame you up. And then, two, Dan's microphone, which, Lummy, I thought, is, by the way, Dan's microphone, it's not ours. Ours are all stock. I think our microphones, Mach, what does an RE 20, 27, 26, 29, what's our average microphone? $500-600?
$600 to $700.
Yeah, that's stock. But, of course, Dan loves gold. And when we got his microphone, we had to send it to a gold plater. And I think Dan has 1,800 in just gold on his microphone.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Yeah. So
$1,800?
But it sounds better.
Well, it doesn't sound any better. It just looks better.
Do you mean is it an 1,800? Like is a volume 1,800? Or do you mean there's $1,800 in it?
Let me see if I can slow it down for you.
Yeah, please.
$1,800 worth of gold plating.
Jeez.
It's real.
I guess if times got tough, you always know you have that in your back pocket to pawn.
When times get tough and Sammy's swim lessons come due and you don't have the money and you come over here and grab the microphone and pawn it for Take it to St. Pete Central Pond.
Take 200 for it.
Get $1.85 for it.
It is always just
Start
lying
scraping
here.
it, get all the scrapings and melt them down.
Good thing I'm not a
Seth would be
crackhead, or it would have been pawned by now.
Seth would be like, hey, listen, not only is a microphone, but it's got $1,800 worth of gold with it. Jeez. So, I mean, whatever. You could sell it as a microphone for $50, and you could probably sell the gold for, I don't know, $500-$600. So anyway, Dan's microphone, we always try to handle with kid gloves, if you will, and put away in a nice, not that it'll chip or anything like that, but it's real gold. Like Dan's microphone is real gold. I mean, we need to get him a kind of a smaller, maybe mic windscreen, because the windscreen really takes a large portion of that microphone up, and you can't appreciate the goldness. And Dan, that's when Dan gets anxiety if he's got gold and it's covered up. He likes to show his gold. So Dan, where was your microphone?
It was up on the bar, just randomly thrown up on the bar.
Let me know. I thought we had his
There's
case.
a little case right next to his computer.
Oh.
Yeah, it's supposed to be there.
We usually put the microphone in the case.
It's easier to use the case than it is to throw it on the bar.
Yeah, and it has the old microphone in it.
So it's just obviously a substitution,
Did you let somebody use the studio this weekend, Bubba?
No, I did not. I did not. I'm going to have to check the tapes to
Yeah.
see who came in and went. Maybe I have to change the codes again.
Yeah. I was here Saturday. Saturday morning at like 7 a.m. No one was
Complete
around.
ghost town, right?
Yes.
And,
But did you come in here and check everything, Lummy?
No.
I walked in to grab the iPad.
Did you notice the knockdown camera?
No, I did not. I didn't look for your microphone.
No.
So anyway, we have some gremlins, if you will. Macho Man, anything moved in your area? Are you all good, bud?
I think we're good back here.
Okay. Thank you for showing up on Saturday and helping with that. Thank you.
I got to tell you, the Nash brothers they haul ass. They work so fast, man.
They are.
You got him. You got Macho on your Get Fresh crew.
Well, Macho is. Should we tell people what we're doing? I mean, I
wouldn't.
No. Okay.
Well,
Seth, did you see that was a double barrel shotgun? No, quickly.
Yeah,
quickly. I mean, quick.
I can't even press it at all because it was too hard nosed.
A lot of times you'll press a no, but when you get a double barrel that fast of a no, you know when to back down.
I'll press a soft no, but those were too hard nosed.
Too hard nosed from two established people.
That's right.
Right.
And Macho Man followed up with a 2 more no's.
No.
A triple no.
So, anyway, I needed Macho Man. I didn't need. How long did you end up staying there, Macho Man? Like an hour?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think
So what is this? Big Red goes down, and then you just slide Macho Man right into a spot?
Man.
Like he's nothing?
No. Nobody can replace Big Red. Maybe Creatine Travis, but he didn't show up either.
Everybody on the Get Fresh crew's replaceable, apparently.
Creatine Travis said he had back spasms. Now, hold on. We're losing the Get Fresh crew because Big Red usually is the leader of the Get Fresh crew, and he was in the hospital. Dan, did you know?
Yes.
You did? Okay. He has like double vision. What was the official diagnosis of Big Red?
I don't have that.
I don't know. He took a picture with his helmet yesterday in the Bubba Army and said that they're like 2 iconic brands, but I didn't get a health update.
Yeah. I didn't either. He said he was waiting to hear back when I asked him.
When I got an update from Big Red, he had double vision, extremely bad headaches, something else, and they put a pirate's patch. He's got a pirate's, or he has double vision. So
I think he said he had vertigo.
Yeah, vertigo.
Oh.
Yeah, that's disappointing.
What is that, Dan?
That's when you're dizzy. Everything's spinning. It's like you took too many edibles.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he does edibles.
Is it like fluid? Is it a fluid at all, Dan?
It has to do with your cochlear membranes, which is part of your ears. It's not necessarily fluid, but they get lost sometimes. There's a way to reset it. It's kind of like you could reset your phone.
A lot of pilots will get vertigo when they'll be in IFR conditions, which are instruments, and you're in the soup, meaning you're completely in the clouds, and you will at that point, and it's happened to me one time, and I thought that I always would, know it would never happen to me because I got my bearings about myself all the time. And we were flying home on Tom Bean's Piper from Jacksonville. When I had a Jacksonville affiliate, I would just take that Piper up there. Instead of taking my big 414 with twin engines, and it costs like 3 times the amount, I could take Tom's single engine Piper with my boy Tidwell, and you could go like 12,000 feet. Well, we're at 12,000 feet, and we were completely in clouds. Like, you couldn't tell. Like, you were just like completely in clouds. You couldn't see nothing. And at that point, you fly with your instruments. You fly with your your altitude, your altimeter, your wing, your wing, you fly from your instruments. And so I'm like, hey Tidwell, how do pilots like get vertigo when they get in these conditions? It seems like you could just kind of just keep it, keep your, like, Dan, if you were knife edged at 20% pitched down, you would think that you would be able to figure that out, right? Like, by the seat of your pants.
We use so many extra clues to help our bodies figure out where we are.
Yeah, so vision is only one.
Right, but it's a big one.
Yeah, it's the most important probably by far. So he goes, okay, I want you to keep us heading like, I don't know, heading at 240, keep us heading at 240 and keep us at 11,700 feet. Keep us there. And don't look at the instruments. So he took like a piece of cardboard and put over the instruments. And so I wasn't to look at the instruments. I was just flying by sight.
And feel.
Right. So I'm supposed to maintain 11,700, and I'm supposed to maintain like flight heading 230. So I'm flying around, and I'm thinking I'm feeling pretty good. Plane feels stable. It looks and feels like we're just headed straight. It feels like I'm looking at both wings. They both look like they're, on the, parallel.
Still attached to the plane.
Yeah, and it looks like, one wing doesn't look noticeably higher than the other wing, I'm looking good. So he lets me go for about 2 minutes. Finally, he says, okay, my plane takes over the yoke, makes a drastic pulls the nose up, and knife edges us about 26% to the right. He goes, you were falling at 900 feet a minute, on a 20-degree banking. And I'm like, what? And he goes, we were down to 9,400 feet at a 20%, bank, down.
So you dropped 2,000 feet?
Yes. And I was just holding that bitch on like I was just driving Miss Daisy. Like you could not tell nothing in your ass, nothing visually, nothing. And he goes, that's how John F. Kennedy died.
Yep, exactly.
He goes, that's exactly how John F. Kennedy, he got in the soup. And by the time he started descending at a rapid rate, and by the time he figured out that he was descending, it gets to a point where if a plane starts descending so aggressively that you can't get out of it, because if you pull up on the yoke, the wings will fall off. Like, it's literally, you need to gradually pull the yoke and try to kind of just sweep out of it, but you need altitude.
Right. You have to have room for it.
Right. So, let's say you were going if you're headed straight down, your wings would fall off anyway, because the plane couldn't handle that amount of G's on the wings. You get into they call the red zone. But you do if you were if you were diving at a very aggressive rate and you started at 12,000 and you picked it up at 6. Probably by 6,000, you could make many adjustments and maybe come within a couple hundred feet of the ground, but you'd make it. But if you just pull the yoke up immediately, you're ripping the wings off. So that's considered vertigo in flying. That's how people get vertigo in flying, because they don't look at they're like, listen, there's no way my instruments say that I'm knife edging at 20%. It doesn't feel that way, and you don't rely on your instruments. Meanwhile, your instruments are mechanical, and there's backup. There's a mechanical aspect of it, then there's an electronical aspect of it. One's run off the engine, and one's run off of the battery. So or the magneto. So you have backups to your instruments, and your instruments don't lie. Like, if you never notice, like, Dan, when you're looking at a cockpit, the right side, the co-captain, he has pretty much the same instruments that the other guys got.
A lot of them, yes.
Yeah, so but they're both hooked up to two different systems. So your instruments don't lie. So if you're looking at both instruments and they're saying the same, that plane's doing that. And you better, you're going to die. So what were you going to say?
I have two things. First, is there ever footage of where like wings actually snapped off because somebody pulled up too hard?
Yep.
I'd love to see that. And then secondly,
see, a plane is like a beer can. This is my pilot, Michael Tidwell, who I think now flies for Spirit, maybe Southwest. But it says, okay, Dan, you know how if a beer can doesn't have a crinkle in it at all, it's pretty stout.
Yep.
It's pretty. But the minute you put just one little wrinkle in it,
it collapses.
Right, immediately. Same thing with the plane. If you go, the airframe you have green, you have yellow, and you have red. At red, the wings are going to fall off.
And so that's there's a meter inside the.
No, you're on your miles per hour and on your speedometer.
Oh, okay.
On how fast you're going.
Okay.
You have knots and miles per hour, and it'll tell you. Where you're at. Like, I think our 414, it started redlining like at 260. Meanwhile it cruised at 200.
But the only way to get to 260 is like downhill, right? Going down.
Downhill. Yes, very, very sharply. The thing about it is we've been going. And
that's airspeed. So if you have a tailwind and you're going faster, it doesn't count.
Right. There's two different speeds, what you're going across the ground and what you're going across the air. And that's all based on tail and headwind. One time we caught 100-mile-an-hour tailwind.
Nice.
In the wintertime coming back from Indiana. And we were flying at 210 in the air, but we were going 310 across the ground.
Nice.
Hauling ass.
That is hauling ass.
Yeah. And said two questions. One, will the wings fall off? And the answer is yes.
The other one's a stupid one, but if you were like, how all those planes over the last 70 years have like fallen to mysterious crashes near the Bermuda Triangle because their instruments are all screwed up?
Yes.
Do you have any belief in that? What are your thoughts on that? Would you?
I think in my opinion, there's some type of magnetic. There's something that's magnetic there. And I think it's when pilots go in the Bermuda Triangle and don't rely on their instruments at that point maybe giving them false readings. And I don't really know.
And a lot of that was before GPS stuff too.
Right.
So they probably had like more like mechanical.
Tell me the last time.
Magnetic.
I mean, God, I can't even tell you. Maybe even during our lifetime as adults. That the last time that there was a big whodunit in the Bermuda Triangle, I think as technology has caught up with GPS and other things like that, I don't think we've had a big Bermuda Triangle whodunit. I don't think.
Well, once that Malaysian airline went missing, then you realize that it's not just the Bermuda Triangle that sucks up planes and ships, and you never see them again.
Yeah,
it's all over the place.
I don't know, Seth, that they to this day that they ever have found that plane.
No,
the wreckage,
nothing.
Yeah. I don't know. Let me.
And there's no good conspiracy theories either about it.
No, there's like
not a drop, not a tail,
nothing,
zero,
nothing interesting at all.
Nothing. I think they were so in the middle of nowhere. I don't know. You would think with today's technology of magnetic imaging and stuff like that,
EPIRBs. I mean,
unless they were in such an area where it's so deep and so desolate or so isolated of an area that instrumentation can't go down 2,000 feet. I don't know. But, I mean, I think it's one of the various... I don't think there's a lot of commercial plane wreckage that is a cold case file that they didn't know at least where it's at, right?
What about Amelia Earhart? Did they ever find her stuff?
No.
They think they have.
I think they found the plane.
They did?
Yeah.
Not too deep near an isolated, deserted island.
We're over like in Hawaii, wasn't it? Like
somewhere in the Pacific,
yeah, somewhere like that. Let me, if you want to refer to our Facebook, couple good little nuggets on our Facebook. One, I was at Ocala Speedway this weekend. Didn't get near by the way, thank you to Sandy and Synergy Equipment. Couldn't have done it without them. Had an excavator and a front end loader for as long as we could use it, but we got like an inch of rain on Friday night. And it started raining on Saturday, so you really can't work dirt and move dirt efficiently and groom dirt and backblade dirt, and just you can't really work with the ground and material when it's wet. You just can't. It's made for dry. It's just made for dry. You just can't get underneath it. Your grader creates ruts. Your front end loader creates ruts. Your excavator it sucks. And we got pretty much rained out on Saturday night. So Big Buck was up there with Young Boy. And Young Boy, Young Boy used to have this really long hair.
Yeah.
Well, his mom, Wendy, with the big jugs, she cut it off.
Oh.
So I'm like, wow, Young Boy. So I talked Big Buck into letting me cut his hair.
Oh, wow.
Now, if anybody knows Big Buck, this is what Big Buck looks like. It's like Rob Zombie. And Lummy, I can't tell you the last time that Bubba Sassoon, did a makeover. And by the way, I videotaped this. I'll be editing it today, and hopefully get it to Gary by later this afternoon. Young Boy videotaped it, but here are the stills. Here's Buck's before.
Nice.
And here's Buck's after.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Oh, my God.
Dan, what do you think?
Oh, my gosh.
Buck before, Buck after.
Wow. Employable.
The after's so shocking, too, because the first picture's so blurry, so it's a double shock.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know why. I think this light had something to do with it.
Washed him out. I got you.
Yeah. I'm in the RV. We're just trying to stay cool. Literally, it's just so hot. So anyway.
What did he think? I mean, I'm sure it was a shock for him to see his face.
I don't know if he kept saying, well, it's just hair. It'll grow back.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
And his son was kind of taking a shiz on it. But I guess Lummy, Wendy, his wife, attacked him when he walked in.
Well, you can't blame that.
She's like,
then. Wow.
now I can make love. I feel like I'm not making love to a woolly mammoth. So,
Was there an
I
in-between
think-
you could have achieved?
What do you
Because
mean?
it's pretty dramatic.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, maybe like, maybe a little bit of a goatee still, and maybe shoulder length hair or chin length hair.
Bubba
went
doesn't
all the
really
way.
have a menu, Dan. I think it's all or nothing when you step
Really?
into Bubba Sassoon. Yeah.
It's a 4 on top with a 3 on the sides, and then the beard on my Manscaped was a 7. Beard was a 7, and mustache was a 6'5". But let me, if you even look,
It's two different humans.
I even did his eyebrows.
Oh, yeah,
I even trimmed his eyebrows.
Oh, wow.
Well, guys need that, though.
Yeah,
It's really
nothing's
good.
worse when somebody gets some Andy Rooney type,
Oh, yeah, those
eyebrows.
crazy eyebrow hairs,
Yeah.
or like a bushes coming out of their nose or
Yeah.
ears.
Oh.
That's like old man. I don't care anymore.
For you dudes out there, please know that when you let your nose hairs grow and your ear hair grow, that people recognize that. And I know that it sucks to pull your nose hairs out, but
That bad.
And I'm going to be honest with you. Money is no object. Let's say money is no object. I cannot find an efficient nose hair trimmer that really gets it. It really
You gotta pluck them, dude. It's the only way to do it.
The only way to do it is to just get up in there and just yank them out,
Yep.
and it brings tears to your eyes.
But good tears.
And so nothing's worse than when you see an old guy or somebody who doesn't trim their nose hairs.
It just tells you I don't care anymore. I have no self-awareness.
Right.
It's like a 10-year-old boy that doesn't know that he stinks.
Lummy, the other thing that really took off on our Facebook and our Instagram was just happened to be Friday. Hold on here. Friday.
Just wanted to show Bubba he's a real guy like you and I. He pumps his own gas. And we're together.
Nice calves.
Yeah. Well, I got my automobile here pumping gas.
You're Hemi.
I'm on pump 2 right here. It's pump 4.
I'm at $45 right now.
This is a full body shot of the sponge for everybody. He's taller than he appears.
So that did 100,000 views on Facebook. Just that stupid thing.
That's
And
so stupid, man.
And I think it did similar to Instagram.
Oh, yeah, it had like 100,000 or something.
Yeah,
I just thought it'd be like
stupid shit.
I
stuff.
said it
Sorry, sorry, Seth.
I said it to Gary. I just thought it'd be something that could, just get a few thousand views. I don't know why it took off.
Look at that Crown Vic, full NASCAR, full hood,
Looks good though.
Just wanted to show Bubba he's a real guy like like you and I. He pumps his own gas.
So, Lummy, I got a little bit of a situation.
What happened?
And Dan, I'm going to have to probably involve Terry from Preferred Automotive.
Ruh-roh.
Now, I went through a fuel pump already on this thing. Crown Vic, yes. Just about maybe 4 months ago. Remember I got stranded at Malfunction Junction at 5 o'clock? Lummy, and I was headed southbound on 275, and right when he hits that treacherous turn, well, they don't even they have it choked down so much that they don't even have a runoff lane. Like there is no median.
Yeah, it's the worst place to break down.
So I break down there.
Perfect.
Fuel pump done. Will not run. In fact, I try to get it running so bad that you know you're screwed when your car won't start and you try to start it so much that you run your battery down. Now you're done. So Terry from Preferred Automotive sent a flatbed, come pick me up. Boom, took it over there in Drew Park. That's where the Diacos get all their. We don't take our cars to dealerships. We take them to Terry. Terry's a former head mechanic at a Mercedes dealership. He can work on everything from my smart car to Dan's Ferrari.
Yeah, he was like a master mechanic or
everything
something like that.
in between.
Like, he knows everything.
I mean, if Dan was paying, like what would cost Dan $2,500 at Terry's would be $10,000 at Ferrari.
Oh my God!
Right?
Literally, he did something for me for like $6,000 that would have cost $18,000 at Ferrari.
Yeah. So I mean,
without exaggeration,
brakes, anything he'll do. So he puts a new fuel pump on my Crown Vic. So I got that. But somebody also told me, and I didn't really, and it makes sense. I should probably know better than this, but if you run your car down to empty, like Lummy, I'm talking about with the light coming on and I barely making it there, that you're at that point you're burning your fuel pump up. I didn't know that.
Well, I thought you got dirty gas and it was worse with the diesel than a gas engine.
Well, so here's the deal. So I asked Seth this morning. So I'm driving up from here. This is on Friday. Me and Seth at 7-Eleven, which is just, right across, 2 blocks from here, filling up our cars. And I get all the way to the Ocala exit where my racetrack is, and my car stalls. Like the gas pedal's just dead.
Oh no.
And I got like I got like 3, I've only used about a quarter tank all the way up there. So I'm thinking, what in the hell? So I check all the coil packs on it, and One-Eyed Billy got one that has one of those. Have you seen those automotive sensors that you can plug into your deal? Even the consumer ones have it, and it'll tell you if you have a code or something like that. So he's got one. So he plugs it in, and it says no codes. He goes, well, at that point, man, maybe you got some dirty. Maybe you got, and this is 7-Eleven, by the way, who's not like Sunoco or Shell or Exxon or anything like that. This is 7-Eleven, so maybe as cheap as they are on everything else, they got cheap gas or water in their tanks or sediment in their tanks.
What?
And so Billy goes, One-Eyed Billy goes, listen, let's get a couple of cans of octane booster or whatever, gas system cleaner at Advanced, and then go to the gas station and put 93 in it. So I put 93 in it, along with this octane booster, whatever, and I attempt to drive it home. Well, Lummy, I get literally to my exit at home, and it starts doing it again.
Oh no!
But I can hobble it. No, it does it halfway home. So I swing in.
Why are you blaming the gas and not your old ass car?
Well, because I just put a new fuel pump on it.
That's right.
I just put a new fuel pump on it.
It just these things don't last forever. I didn't even know dirty gas was a thing.
Dirty gas is a thing.
So
it is a thing, Seth.
So it is. Yeah. So Seth. So I asked Seth this morning, hey, has your car? Because him and we filled up at the same place, and and our fuel came from the same in-ground tank. Because I'm sure, Seth, you pumped 87 like I did.
Oh, you know it.
Yeah. So we're out of the 87. So I stop, Lummy, now. Now I stop and put more 93 in it. So now I got at least a half a tank of 93 and it's full. It's full each time.
I've never heard, though, like, out of all, and I'm a big gearhead, as you guys know. I've never heard of anybody when they talk about something wrong with their car. I've never heard them have to say, I put more powerful gas in, and then it was good to go.
Well, if you got bad gas and it's watered down, if you put a more higher octane, it will help that watered down gas. It'll bring the octane level up, if indeed it is bad gas. So I put another quarter tank in it, so it's full. So now, Dan, if you're thinking about it, I've put 2 quarter tanks at 93, so I should have at least half 93, which should, at that point, I should have no problems.
Right, you just washed all that methanol out of it.
Sure. So I'm driving home Saturday, and it does it again. Now, see, when I'm under power on the interstate and I don't really let off, it's okay. It's when I get off an exit and have to stop is where it starts sputtering and won't go and stalls. So I think I have to take it to Terry this week, maybe even today. Let me, I don't know if the merch crick's going to be over. I think she's here doing merch right now. Maybe she can run me over to Terry's. And because, Dan, at the end of the day, there's probably a chance where I got some bad gas. I got a bad fuel pump.
Maybe. I mean, do you feel badly that you missed out on the whole cash for clunkers? Because between that and the smart car, you'd have $9K. Be way better off.
Shut up. Yeah. I do need to sell the smart car, and I need to sell the cream machine.
Oh, you have $12K.
They don't. Cash for clunkers would give me like
$4,500 a car. It was
for real.
Yeah, no matter what, you just drag that bitch in there. $4,500.
They still got it?
No, God no. That died with Obama.
Well, anyway, Seth, your car. So the reason why I think it's not bad gas is I asked Seth, "Has your car been sputtering or anything?" He goes, "I don't know."
Oh, his car run on peanut butter.
I mean, he's like, "I don't know." I don't know.
My whole life's a sputter. I don't know. I mean, wouldn't you have a whole? Wouldn't you have a whole city of cars get shut down by dirty gas? I mean, it would spread pretty quickly. It's a weird thing to blame.
7-Eleven was back in the day. Like, I don't know if it's still currently that way, but 7-Eleven used to get already refined gas from Venezuela. That was their fuel that they used.
Is Gino here today, Lummy?
He is not here yet. I mean, if he does come, it would be like 8 o'clock.
I'm like, hey, Gino, do you guys ever get any complaints that your gas sucks? Now, I know you got good donuts and good hot dogs and good everything else, and everything's good when, that you can control, but you can't control.
It's not your 20-year-old car. It's definitely the gas.
No.
Definitely, Seth. Can't be the car.
I would say, you know what, Dan? I would say this is what happened. The last 2 times that I've needed to get gas was like a real hairy situation where I barely made it. Like when the low fuel light comes on, you got about 24 to 27 miles to get gas. Well, let me remember the last time I ran out of gas, it started sputtering in the parking lot.
Yep.
So when
are you in high school?
Well, yeah, pretty much. So when I'm trying to get to work, so the last two times that I have been low on gas, I have not gone immediately to the gas station. I have stretched it and just barely, and it was actually sputtering when I'm pulling into the gas station. So One-Eyed Billy told me that I probably, when you run your car that low on gas that many times, that it burns up your fuel pump.
Well, it's you probably are compromising your fuel pump, but also all the sediment, all the junk, all the rust from the crappy old fuel tank is in that last inch of gas, and so you're running that through your thingy, and
supposedly the fuel filter on a Crown Vic is the actual fuel pump. It's encased in like a sponge or something like that.
So you can't get to the fuel filter easily?
I don't think you can.
Oh, that's a shame, because I was about to say the next step would be to, obviously just change the fuel filter.
No, the fuel pump. I think the fuel filter is inside the fuel pump. I don't know. Maybe this guy on 813-90 Bubba 813-902-8222. Maybe we got some mechanics that know more than I do. I'm sure. Hello. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Good morning, Bubba. This is Steve. How you doing
Hi,
today?
Steve. Are you a mechanic? Do you know about this sort of thing?
Absolutely. Been a mechanic for 50, almost 60 years. Just retired. I'm almost 70 years old.
So you probably
He used to work on covered wagons.
This guy worked on covered wagons. This guy was putting new springs on covered wagons. So what's your analysis on this?
Okay, there's two deals that I had to go with you on that. First off, you're absolutely right about running the gas tank too low. The second thing that you don't think about of actually sucking the dirt up, the other thing is when the gas tank is full, the fuel pump is submerged in liquid. So it doesn't overheat. It keeps the pump cooler. So when it's exposed to just the air, it overheats the pump also. So that is another bad problem.
Now, here's the other thing.
Interesting.
Now, does it have anything to do on how fast you're going? Because on the highway, I don't get any lower than 90. I'm 90 for like 80 miles straight, 90 miles an hour, and I do that 2 or 3 times a week. I really run the hell out of this thing. Does that have anything to do with it?
No. Back in the old days, it used to. When you had a mechanical pump, the pump would have to run faster to keep up with it. But today's cars, all those pumps are constant pressure and constant speed pumps, so they're always running at the same speed, and the regulator adjusts how much fuel you actually
get. In an 04 Crown Vic, police intercepted 4.6. Where's the fuel pump? Somebody said it's in the gas tank.
Yes.
It is in the gas tank, and that was the second thing I wanted to tell you about, and this is just from a mechanic's point of view. So you're doing the right thing. People always go, well, it must be a fuel issue, and they fill it up. So now what happens is on a lot of cars, you have to take the tank out to change the pump. Some of them you can get to it from the outside, but others you have to take the tank out. So generally, and this is what mechanics really don't like all that much, but it happens all the time, is now when you have to take the tank out to replace the pump, you've got a full tank of gas instead of an empty tank of gas. So now you got to figure out a way to drain the tank so you can take it out of the car.
But here's the thing: it would sputter at I couldn't get it to run, and it would sputter at a half tank. But if I would fill it all the way up, then it would run good until it got to a half tank.
Sometimes the gravitational part of it, where the gas weighs more because you're full, is pushing some of it up the line, and that'll help a little bit.
So do you think? To me, it sounds like a gas pump. I mean, I'm sorry, sounds like a fuel pump.
It more than likely is, and a lot of it is sometimes you get suspect quality pumps.
Yep.
Depending on the price. If you buy a factory original pump, it's probably $500, $600, $700 versus $150 one off of Amazon.
That's what I told Terry to buy me was. Terry gave me that option. I can go to the Ford dealership and buy you a $418 or I can get one on Amazon for $150. And Dan, you know what I said?
$150 Amazon.
Give me the $150 Amazon.
So now you get to pay $550.
Yeah, you're right. So
all day long, Bubba.
So anyway, I think it's the pump. I really do, and unfortunately, it's full of gas. So Terry's going to have to probably drain most of it out, or at least enough to get the pump out.
My covered wagon is a '97 Dodge Dakota with a V8 in it, and it has 245,000 miles on the original fuel pump.
Yeah, I got 203,000 on this one, and the original one didn't fail till 185. So I probably got like 17,000 on this pump. But again, I got probably a cheap pump. That in conjunction with running it down it's practically bone dry every time I run out of gas. Every time I drive it. They say I've now found out that they say you should never let your car get lower than a quarter tank because at that point you're not running your fuel pump dry. So I'm going to certainly abide by that.
So wait, Bubba. So after all the stuff you learned today, you're going to actually change your behavior.
Yeah.
There you go.
Really?
I'm going to try to start.
Come on.
I'm going to try to start putting fuel in it. The minute that light starts flickering, I'm going to go get fuel.
No, you start doing it at a quarter tank is what that's the real answer, Bubba. The last gallon or two is still only an inch or two at the bottom.
Yeah, but I think if you get gas when it flickers, you're okay. It's when it flickers and you go 22 and a half more miles, and at 24 miles you're bone dry. I think that's the problem I have.
Bubba, my father-in-law, my first father-in-law, this was in about 1977, said something to me, and it took me a while to kind of figure it out. He said that it's just as easy to keep the top half of the gas tank full as the bottom half of the tank.
Exactly.
Some old-timer stuff. So anyway, man, thank you for your analogy. I think you're dead on. I think I got a bad pump, and I appreciate your call. How do you listen to us, my friend, or by where and how?
I'm from Orlando, but I'm in South Carolina, and I'm listening to you on Florida Man Radio.
Perfect. I appreciate you,
the
man.
app.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Bunch of mechanics telling me that it's going to be the fuel pump.
I think it's 7-Eleven.
No.
It's not your fault, Bubba. It's 7-Eleven's fault.
Yes, go ahead. You're on the air, ma'am.
Bubba, what's up?
How you doing?
Good, how are you? I'm over from South Carolina, like this fellow that you just talked to about the fuel issue.
Yeah, well, great. How are you? What can I do for you?
I'm doing good. Well, I was calling to give you a little bit of insight on what I had going on. I had a 2000 F-150 with a 5.4 liter, and I had the same issue, the fuel pump. Definitely sounds like a fuel issue to me. I had to remove the bed off of my truck, and the fuel pump was on the rail, but the filter is inside of the fuel tank.
So for them to be able to change it out, they had to take the whole bed off of your truck to get to the fuel pump.
Yeah, I actually used my father's tractor and just hooked it up and just unbolted the body bolts.
Man, this is a really bad bitch right here.
Yeah, she's cool.
This is a bad chick right here, man. This is a really bad woman. I appreciate you, my friend.
Yeah, anyways, but yeah, I just wanted to give you a little bit of insight on that. I had a lot of fuel issues recently. I've got a couple of 7.3s and
but 7.3s are bringing all the money. Everybody wants a 7.3. Oh, yeah. Original Ford, they stopped making them in 02, but the 7.3 Power Strokes, they're like virtually bulletproof.
They are. I have a 96, so it's got a lift pump on it, not a fuel pump. It's a fuel pump, but it's mechanical pump.
Yeah.
But it's a big thing. I order my stuff off of Rock Auto too.
Right.
Instead of Amazon, but I don't know. I wanted to call in and kind of give you guys a little insight on what I thought was going on. I know I'm just a girl, but
What do you do?
love you.
We appreciate that. What do you do for a living, just a girl?
I do tree work, tree removals.
Oh man, this is a bad chick right here. This is a bad chick.
Do you climb them?
I have, but that's not where the money is for me. I stay on the ground where I belong.
Right.
Do you do stump removal?
So, yeah, I would do stump grinding.
Hell yeah.
Fertilization, stuff like that.
Right. How do you, now? Again, you said you're from the South Carolina area. By what means do you catch the show?
Well, I originally was listening to you on 98 Rock.
Right.
But now it's either YouTube or Twitch.
Okay, fantastic. Appreciate you. You badass chick. We appreciate you listening to us, watching us. Thank you.
Heck yeah, I'll keep in touch.
All right, man. Thank you.
Wow.
Everybody's a mechanic. Let me. The phone lines are packed.
That's right, even women.
Even women. That's a
Yeah,
bad
I'd rather
bitch.
see a girl with a wrench than a guy.
Hello.
Bubba.
Yeah.
I bet money on it's just a simple ground strap. I just had it happen in my truck. Same exact issues. Went through all that nonsense. It was a ground strap.
Oh, a ground strap?
Just from like the frame to the body. Your body, you have to have. There's like a couple on each car, and the car is older. And what happens? They just dry up, and they just.
Well, if it is just that, Terry from Preferred Automotive here in Tampa and Drew Park. He won't charge me for a fuel filter. He'll just ground strap Willie it. He'll find
Nice.
it.
Wouldn't that be a great solution?
Yeah, it'd be nice.
I know just because it's so old, it's probably dry rotted, especially being down in the Florida air and whatnot. It's probably just all dry rotted out.
Hope you're right, my friend. Thank you, sir, so much.
Helpful new perspective, Bubba, right?
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
it was like pump, filter,
Yeah, now
pump,
I can
filter.
walk into Terry.
Ground strap.
I can walk into Terry with other options. Be like, hey,
Right.
Terry, it might be the ground strap.
I'd be like, ground strap?
Look like I really know what I'm talking. Like I really know what I'm talking about. Be like Seth walking in like he really knows what I'm talking about. Hey, I'm just telling you, it could be the fuel pump or the ground strap. You know what I'm saying?
It's always going to be the ground strap from here forward.
Hello, who's this?
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air, sir. Go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, those guys got some good points. Another thing, once above the pump where the fuel line connects to it, a lot of times there's a jumper tube. That jumper tube can get a pinhole in it. I think I heard you say earlier when it got to like a half a tank, it started running like crap.
Yeah.
If that jumper tube's got a crack in it, once you get down below that crack, it starts shooting the fuel back in the tank. Kind of like if you're drinking a drink from McDonald's and your straw breaks about halfway down in the cup.
Oh, yeah.
You get down to where the liquid is.
And you
don't
know what?
get any more.
And you know what? I hit a couple big dirt clods this weekend at the track that went underneath my car.
You go off-roading?
For real? Well, let me. The whole Bubba Raceway Park's continue off. Everything's
Yeah,
off-roading
that's
up
true.
there. Yeah. So you're right. Maybe
What's that called again?
It's called a
Jumper tube.
Jumper tube.
Jumper tube or
I might
your
have
ground
a-
strap?
The tube that goes from the fuel pump to the outlet of the fuel tank.
So you're saying like while it's got a lot of fuel in it, that doesn't matter. But once it goes below a half, now you start sucking air with it.
Right.
Right.
Which is the fuel pump in the tank, so it's pushing fuel instead of sucking fuel.
Right.
But it pushes it right back out into the tank.
All right, man. We got that. So Lummy,
Hey,
write these down. Fuel.
One more thing.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hey, has Lasker got a long lost brother that he doesn't know about?
He knows about him.
I think he knows about him. Why?
Is it Tom Holman?
No. It's
No,
not
he
Tom.
actually has a brother.
Yeah. Hey, man, appreciate you.
okay.
Appreciate. So we got, Lummy, a jumper tube. We got a ground strap, and we got a fuel pump.
Yes.
And filter.
And well, I think the filter's encased into the pump.
What a horrible design, though, to have something that you know is going to ultimately fail, but you have to take out the gas tank to fix.
Well, I mean,
Come on, guys.
That's.
Come on.
I mean, you want to talk about.
Ford's supposed to be
Hold
like
on.
so well
You want
designed.
to talk about horrible design? Let's talk about. I think you used to have a Ferrari where if you changed the oil, you had to take the motor out.
No. Ferrari hasn't done that. The problem with Ferrari is the old cars.
There was something.
There's the serpentine belt. You'd have to take the engine out. The old ones. They figured out how to bypass that.
Right, and then let's not even talk about the McLaren. Let's not even talk about that.
That's an engineering disaster.
If you want to get in a fight with Dan, walk up and say, "Man, that McLaren you should have never got rid of. That was a badass car. That thing was. Didn't you, as a lawyer, lemon law it?
I couldn't lemon law because I bought it with like 50 miles on it, so I bought it used. But I got McLaren to actually give me a check to compensate me because it was in the shop 35 times in just a little over 3 years.
At that time, did you even drive it?
Well, I got to put a lot of miles going back and forth to the dealership.
When I returned, did you see where the former? I think she was a Russian. Like, I don't know if she was Miss Russia.
I think she was.
I think she was Miss Russia
in the Miss Universe division.
Yeah, and I got her on screen right now. She's 30.
So pretty,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Her and her newlywed husband. Her and her husband had just been married like 3 months. This is a Russian situation with a Russian problem. A lot of you people in America won't ever. I guess they were driving their Porsche in Russia. And they hit an elk, and the elk went right through the windshield and killed them both.
Damn. Are elk bigger or smaller than moose?
I think similar.
Big, but they're both larger than deer.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
significantly larger than deer.
They make deers look like dogs.
Right.
Tony now has elk and moose on his property.
Does he really?
And yeah, he does. And I should go get some footage from him. And in fact, the problem are that Tony's he's got a mile by a mile. I don't know how many acres this is, but he's got a mile. His property's a mile by a mile by a mile by a mile.
So he's got a 4-sided property, 4 dimensions, or each property line's a mile.
Yeah, it's a
square mile. It's a mile by a mile.
It's a mile by a mile by a mile by a mile, and he's got a deer. He's got it's a big deer camp and the whole 9 yards. Well, about 5 years ago, he brought in moose and elk, and now they're not really that wild. They're used to people, and they'll come up, and if they don't like you or you're a stranger, they'll completely total your car with their horns.
415 acres.
They'll just Tony, anybody that's brand new now, if they won't do it to Tony's truck or Leah's truck because they know that those trucks are supposed to be there. But if me and Seth pulled up in a rental car, they would gouge the metal and everything with their horns. So if Tony makes all new, like Tony has to keep his garage open for anybody that visits, so the elk and moose will destroy your car.
He has 15 elk?
Oh, he's got more. Is that what it says?
That's what it says. 300 deer, 15 elk.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And these things are monsters. When we return, we'll get into that and more.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
What's up, fan in Orlando, beach metal detective, Adam Graham, Wolvers Afterbirth, Grouper Lips, Yinzer, Bravo Swag, Pippi Short Choker, Smoke Slayer, Manson with the Mole, Glowbug, Lynn Lonker, Duck God, Dirty Fish, Flaperons in Madagascar. What the fuck? Freedom Sphere. I don't necessarily disagree with you. Grouchy old guy. Hey, Bubba, did you ever put on the air that picture of the collarbone with the bracket?
Yeah.
You did?
Yep.
You showed it?
Yep.
Chub it up, Spice. What's up? Browning R239. Goes to profiles past. What's up here? I can't read it. Big and greasy. Kenny Powers, Yankee Jib. Yinzer. Ghosty. Buzzer Bob. Good morning. Yankee Jib. Don Hamdorf. Xerxes. Yes, I had a Ford Excursion. I had two of them. I had an F-250 diesel. I like Fords.
What's up, Rumble? How are you? Let me be 11.3 skinny or 11.3 fat or 11.3 medium.
11.3 medium.
In the 50s?
Yes.
Favorite NBA team is none of them. My favorite NFL team is the Buccaneers. Ziggy. Dave rocks. WNBA was like that offer.
Let me, I'm going to do a Gus Tractor.
Okay.
Why do we have this big ass knife here?
It's been there for like a month. It was supposed to cut the cake. Gene left it there. I gotta put it away. I'll put it in the kitchen.
Steve Hickey, Capper Scott. Father Bob.
Listener-supported sponge, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener-supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Mary Esther, Florida. Fort Walton Beach. Maybe even Panama City, because he pays so well. I'm talking about Big Gus. Yes, not only does Big Gus own Emerald Coast Harley-Davidson, one of the biggest Harley dealerships around, but now he owns Big Gus Tractor and Equipment in Mary Esther, and they've grown so fast, mostly because of their advertising on Florida Man Radio. And they're an official Skag dealer, too. Don't forget that. They need experienced technicians, and unlike anybody around, they're going to take really good care of you. Big Gus will pay you for what you're worth, including payments for all your certifications, So if you're certified this or certified that, you're going to get paid for it. He'll also help you with your continuing education as well. We're talking 6 figures or more in potential income in your first year, matching 401k. They service nearly all makes and models of agricultural and construction equipment. This is a hell of an opportunity in an awesome working environment. Apply at GusTractor.com. Again, you can apply at Big Gus. Apply at BigGusTractor.com. BigGusTractor.com, home of Coyote, Mahindra, Skag, all the great stuff. BigGusTractor.com. Thank you, Gus, for all you do. Great client for Florida Man Radio as well. I think he does something with Bo over at the country station. By the way, congratulations to Bo. He, I think, was number 1 in the morning when the report card came out.
Nice.
Formerly worked with Bo at B96 in Chicago. Love Bo. He's a head case, but I love him. Hello, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Bubba. It's Chris, the Ford mechanic. What's going on with the car?
Well, I either got a bad fuel pump, which I just replaced about 10,000 miles, but I run my low. I run it down to the bone. Every time I get low on gas, it's a whodunit whether I'm going to make it to the gas station or not. Or 2, I got a bad ground strap. Or 3, I got perhaps a pinhole or a leak in my, what's it called?
Jumper tube.
In my jumper tube.
What's the car doing? What's the truck doing?
The car's
Is it the Crown Vic or the F-150?
It's the Crown Vic. It's the Crown Vic. Okay. And so, when it gets below half tank or so, it starts sputtering, and it won't run, and it stalls, and that pretty much that.
Yeah, it could be the pump with the hole in it idea. They were notorious for that once they got down to about a half a tank. If you run the things down, the fuel actually keeps the motor and the pump cool. So the more you run it down, the hotter you get the pump.
I think I ran it down too many times, and I blew the pump. I really do, just because the pump gets so hot. And I didn't know that, and so I think like the last 3 times I've needed gas, it's been a big whodunit, whether I ran out of gas or not. Like, it would literally be running out of gas as I pulled up to the pumps, and I've done that like the last 3 times, so I think I burnt the pump up.
Possibly, but the pump should still, matter of fact, if it's full or not, it should still run the same. So I'm kind of thinking the earlier gentleman that says you may have a hole in the return tube that goes back in there.
I think so too, because if I put the more gas in it, if I keep it full, it doesn't sputter. But the minute it starts getting down like near a half, then it starts sputtering.
Right, because that tube is probably up in the top part of the tank by that point when you're running out of fuel, because that tank is not flat; it's an up and down gas tank. So.
Yeah, so I'm taking it to my buddy Terry tomorrow. He'll fix it. He works at everything from Lamborghinis to Land Rovers. He's the best, and he's the one that put the new pump in it. So, and he doesn't gouge me. Like he's the best. It's where the Diacos go. I don't know where you take to get your cars fixed, but you should take it to Terry.
SOS, Rick.
Oh, okay.
All right, well that works.
Well, yeah, I think it's probably the jumper tube. I think
it probably more than likely is. That's what it sounds like.
All right, buddy, appreciate it.
Yep, you got it.
Have you ever heard of a jumper tube, Bubba?
No, but yeah,
or a ground strap. I never heard of a ground strap either.
But I mean, these
new stuff.
These people knew.
Yeah.
No, here we go.
Alexandrova, former Miss Universe contestant, dies at 30 after freak accident. Breaking news. Russian model Ksenia Alexandrova, who represented her country at Miss Universe 2017.
By the way, very beautiful.
I know.
Tragically passed.
You know, it's such more of a tragedy when a good-looking person dies than an ugly person.
I know. It could have been Whoopi.
Oh God, if it would have been Whoopi. Listen, I'm probably gonna get in trouble for saying this, but if it would have been Whoopi, I would have been like really happy. Can you get canceled for wishing death upon some? I mean, I don't think so.
Well, it depends on how you say it. I mean, if you held up like a beheaded version of Whoopi.
I don't want Whoopi beheaded, but I wouldn't mind her getting in a car accident.
Passed away at 30 on August 12th, 20.
Sorry, Whoopi. I mean, you're allowed to say outrageous things. Why can't I?
What if she just had like a stroke and couldn't talk anymore?
25.
There we go. That's kind of the happy.
She could just smile and just sit there and
following
drool.
a bizarre accident involving an elk. The incident occurred on July 5th in Tver Oblast, Russia, when the animal crashed.
That's how long news takes to get from Russia to here. A month, like 6 weeks to get here.
She was in a coma. She was in a coma until she died.
So she was in a coma.
Oh, can you imagine her? Ksenia Shivo?
Poor thing.
Through the windshield of the Porsche Panamera she was riding in as a passenger, causing catastrophic head injuries.
See, you never know when it's going to be your time to die. Just driving around as a passenger with your boyfriend, Porsche, and your big Porsche, and next thing you know, a 2,000 or 3,000 pound elk comes running across the highway and blam, goes into your...
She remained in a coma at Moscow's Sklifosovsky Institute for Emergency Medicine before succumbing to her injuries. Alexandrova and her husband had been married just 4 months prior.
Now, Dan, with regards to comas, I know there's 2 different kinds of comas. There's the coma that your body puts you in, and then there's a coma that the doctors put you in. What's the difference?
Well, the coma that the doctor puts you in can be reversed in 5 minutes. The coma your body puts you in, sometimes never gets reversed. The thing about comas, Jay always said, keep me alive long enough to get to the case. But I saw a lady once when I was in my residency. She was a young girl. She got hit by a car on the side of the street. She was like walking and just slammed her. She didn't break a lot of bones, but she was in a coma, and she was asleep for 25 days. And we didn't know who she was. She came in as a Jane Doe. She had no ID on her, just this little skinny African-American girl. about, like I said, like 18 years old.
Right.
And then on the 26th day, she woke up out of nowhere. She just woke up and said her name. And then within 12 hours, we had her mom there. We figured out who she was. And we got her home like a week later.
Yeah,
but she was gone.
What is
nothing for 25
and
days.
that was her body that shut her down.
Yeah, her brain.
What
Diffuse
happens?
axonal injury, they call it.
So what happens? Obviously, we know when you're a doctor and you got them all hooked up, and then you put them in a medically induced coma,
so they don't fight the ventilator,
so that they can heal. So your brain can heal. You're shutting everything down so that they can heal, and your body's not working extra hard to try to fight and fix what's wrong with it. And so at this point, you're putting them in a coma to heal. But when a body puts itself in a coma, is it doing the same thing?
Yes, the body will put itself into a coma to allow it to heal. Yes.
Now, when a person is in a coma, are their vitals still good?
Sometimes, until they're not, but most of the time they are. But when your body is ready to die, it just shuts the vitals down too. They all go down.
So is a coma not a medically induced coma, but a body induced coma? Is it kind of a rare thing? Because you would seem like, if you're gonna, if your body's it's so smart that it knows to shut your computer down while leaving the electricity on, so to speak, or as just making yourself die, or just completely.
Like when the computer sleeps.
Yeah, so it's like your body makes that determination, right?
Here's the problem, Bubba. In the real world, in the natural world, I like to go back to like caveman times. If someone's passed out for 25 days, they're not eating, they're going to be dead anyway.
Okay.
So she was only alive because she was kept alive with, intravenous fluids and nutrition. Otherwise, she would have just become dehydrated and died.
In March. Despite wearing seatbelts and traveling at low speed, the impact delivered severe trauma. Her husband recalled that a split second passed, everything was covered in blood. Emergency responders arrived promptly, but the injuries proved fatal. Beyond modeling, Alexandrova was a qualified psychologist, having earned her degree from Moscow Pedagogical State University and working in psychodrama therapy. Her agency, Modus Vivendis, mourned her as someone who embodied beauty, warmth, and inner strength. Her death has deeply affected both the pageant community and her fans worldwide. Ksenia Alexandrova, former...
Rest in peace, Ksenia. Hello, you're on the air. 813-902-8222. 813-90-BUBBA. Hi.
Good afternoon, morning. Just wanted to let you guys know, this is kind of a useless tidbit, but talked to my dad this Christmas for the first time in like almost 20 years. And I've been having issues with my bike. Yeah, no kidding.
Why? Now, let me ask you a question, sir. What had happened between you and your father so that you guys went? Because this is my biggest fear. Because I'm now going on year 4 without speaking to my son. Although there is some hope in sight. And I hope to get this thing resolved, because my life would be so much better if I had my son in it. Just to be able to, if you've got a child, you want to be part of their life. And so what had happened in your situation where you and your father didn't have a relationship for 20 years?
Well, we talk every so often, surface level, but I'm prioritizing work over everything else, and I'm letting my employers dictate my life, and I just shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, so listen, your father, sir, and you sound to be, not like some spring chicken. You don't sound like some 18-year-old. You sound like some maybe 45-plus-year-old guy. I'm pretty good at this. I've been doing it for quite a long. How old are you, sir?
That's a damn good question. I think somewhere around 43.
Okay. Everybody knows how old they are. So, you're 43 years old. I'm assuming your dad's in his 60s. And, time's dwindling, and, you're saying, you're so busy in your career and your employees take up all your time that's not allowing you to have a relationship with your father. I mean, just reaching out once every couple weeks and giving them a text to let them know that you're talking, or by however means you can communicate. Don't you think that you should probably start doing that?
Yeah, seeing the whole family, having family members pass, just kind of out of the blue, I get a text message.
I mean, like your dad didn't.
Last couple of years.
Your dad didn't. It seems like your dad didn't do anything like to you, or wasn't abusive to you, or didn't steal any money from you, or didn't make an ass out of himself.
No, it's my own stupidity.
Yeah, it's your own. It's your own grind and what have you, and you got to listen, I've been trying to spend more time with my mother, and it's something you got to make time with. So if there's anything, exactly I don't know what your question's going to be, but I'm personally asking you if you consider yourself Bubba Army, which I'm assuming you do. Where are you from, and by what means do you?
Well, yeah.
By what means do you catch the show?
Well, now it's through YouTube.
Okay, perfect.
And the odd bit through Facebook, but I prefer YouTube.
Okay, perfect.
And yeah, definitely, man.
Your Bubba Army. Can you do me a personal favor? I mean, you like our show, you follow the show, you probably catch it every day. We're your favorite, morning show, so to speak. I'm asking you to reach out. Since the serious days. So you've been around a long time. You know all about me. You know all about the show. You know all the characters. I'm asking you to reach out to your dad this week and just tell him that you love him and that you're going to try harder in communicating with him. Do you know how much that'll light him up? Do you know how much that'll do for him, just you saying those words?
I was supposed to be there this weekend. Yeah, damn right, Ben.
Will you do that for me? Well, I'm not asking for any other thing other than, would you promise me, give me your word as a man, that you'll reach out to your dad and that you will try harder with your dad?
Chances are, on my way back from Tampa, I'm going to do that.
I would appreciate that. So what was your question, my friend?
Well, just a tidbit of information that he actually told me last Christmas when I seen him. It was them new mixer pumps, the pumps with one handle for mid-grade, regular, and super. It takes 2.78 gallons for those pumps to empty out, and you finally start getting some premium. I was having issues with the bike. I got 10 3/4 compression on my bike, and I've been having some issues with it. Is detonation and all that stuff.
So you're supposed to be supposed to be running 93, but you're saying the guy, me and Seth that were there before that pumped 87. It takes I could see that where it would take X amount.
Do you just discharge it over your shoulder for your homies for the first 2 gallons and then put it in?
Yeah, I mean, like, how do you get rid of that first 2 gallons? How do you get rid of that first 2.7 gallons?
I look for other assholes like me that need to spend some money on fuel and been using super, or I just give it to somebody nearby. Anybody can say yes to free gas, so it's $10 free gas.
A lot of times.
Literally what it is.
Have you tried the Rec 90?
I don't want to mess with it. I'd rather just give somebody free gas and then I get super. I just call it a day.
All right, my friend. Listen, I appreciate you, and I hope you do that for me today. Thank you for the information. It's something I didn't know, but I appreciate, I hope you fulfill your promise with me today.
Got that right. Thanks, man.
Thank you. I mean, I didn't even really consider that, but that sounds about right. I mean, by the time you clear the whole tube and then it switches over to the new tank.
Absolutely. I could see that being at least a gallon or 2.
I could see that absolutely. Now, did Trump make any progress at all with regards to Friday's meeting with Putin?
Bubba, we don't know the details, and a lot of times, when you're trying to do a deal and you actually touch the person, talk to the person, have a moment alone with the person, you realize whether or not you're going to have a chance of fulfilling your dreams of having a deal. And you don't know till you know, and a deal ain't a deal till it's a deal.
But hold on, but Trump's swagger or mentality seemed less enthusiastic after Putin left than when Putin came, because he was all about ceasefire. After the meeting, he's like, we need peace before we have ceasefire. So it seems like to me, Putin might not have been very receptive, or the meeting may not have gone the way necessarily. You got Trump and Putin, who are very much wired the same. Okay, put it
this way, Bubba. Just like they are wired the same. So if they don't handle each other with kid gloves, the deal's going to fall apart. And so I think they're both handling each other with kid gloves. And, it's not me out to 2938 sucking the MAGA D. It's just stating what's obviously happened with Trump over the last 10 years. That he gets to the point where there's not quite a deal yet. Everyone's like, oh, there's no chance. He's going to start World War III. And then all of a sudden, something happens and he gets everything fixed. It happened. Kim Jong-un, and he went back and forth. He made this, I can't believe he stepped foot in North Korea. Well, was there a nuclear weapon, or did Kim Jong-un attack anyone during the Trump, or even immediately after? No. And so this whole deterrent thing.
I don't think Kim Jong-un has attacked anybody.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't done anything. And so we were on the brink of World War III 6 years ago when he was negotiating with Trump, and now there's still nothing coming out of that. You got to understand also that there can't be a deal until both guys are there, Zelensky and Putin. But the problem is that Zelensky acts like a child when he's in the public eye, whether it's playing a piano with his penis or acting like a little spoiled brat in the White House, being completely underdressed and disrespecting the office. Those things are difficult when you have a guy like Putin who commands respect. And I don't know if you agree with Putin or disagree with Putin, but he is a world leader of the second or third most dangerous country in the world. And so you got to give him respect. And everyone's got to have their little pomp and circumstance. But, Trump doesn't follow the conventional wisdom of let's have a deal worked out and then just sign it. When we get there.
Today, Zelensky is coming to the White House. Maybe they're there already, bringing a whole contingent full of European leaders. Here's the Trump press conference.
So
I don't know if this is after.
I think this is after. I think
there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll of course call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Radcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian...
Does Putin get a talk at all?
Business representatives here, and I think everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time.
I didn't get any footage of Putin talking. I don't think I did.
He didn't say as much.
Yeah.
Meeting set to take place tomorrow at the White House between President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky. They'll be joined by other European leaders, including the heads of state for the United Kingdom, France, and Germany, as well as the NATO Secretary General and the President of the European Commission. Now, the meeting just days after Trump's summit with Russian leader Vladimir Putin. Secretary of State Marco Rubio telling Martha Raddatz on This Week a peace agreement isn't possible unless both sides make concessions.
You're not going to reach a ceasefire or a peace agreement in a meeting in which only one side is represented.
Exactly.
That's why it's important to bring both leaders together, and that's the goal here. The president has said what he'd like to see at some point is we make enough progress so both leaders, Zelensky and Putin, can meet somewhere and finalize this.
Meanwhile, Russia is advancing.
By the way, I thought it was kind of crappy. While the meeting was going on, there's reports now that Russia was bombing parts of Ukraine while Putin was actually meeting with Trump. They were continuing to bomb.
It's offensive on the front line of eastern Ukraine.
That's kind of crappy.
It is.
That's kind of crappy.
ABC News chief foreign correspondent Ian Pannell is following the latest from Kyiv. Hey, Ian.
Ike, we keep using this phrase high stakes to refer to these meetings. High stakes meeting between President Trump and Vladimir Putin. Now a high stakes meeting between Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, as well as a bunch of European.
A bunch. Now, does that, like Seth, do all the big leaders that are coming, does that show Putin that, hey, most of the world is not liking what you're doing, and we're throwing our, our hat, or we're throwing our, endorsement, so to speak, to Zelensky, as much like a World War II was. World War II is one thing, but once America got involved, well, we got involved because Japan bombed us, but things changed dramatically as different countries got involved. Do you think that's what this is?
You mean what? I mean, what?
Like, when you got the,
everybody's already on Ukraine's side. There's like,
but none of them, all of them have come together in a meeting.
They've all been at the White House separate times,
right,
to talk about whatever they need to talk about for their country and to show support for Ukraine. So, I mean, Russia already knows everybody's against them, what does it? I mean, what does it matter to Putin? Nothing's stopped him over the last 3 years with the whole world being against him. So. I think that everybody already has made it known what side they're on.
Leaders as well. Why is it so high stakes? Well, frankly, Ukrainian lives depend on the outcome of this meeting. It is as serious as that. They've endured 3.5 years of wholesale invasion and 11 years of Russian invasion of their country. Every night when Ukrainians go to sleep, they go to sleep in fear of Russian drones and Russian missiles. And we've seen this time and again, day and night. These strikes are happening. And on the front lines, Ukrainian forces are stretched thin. Russia trying to take more and more territory, but it's a long, slow slog, and it comes at enormous cost in blood and treasure. So that's why it's a high-stakes meeting. Huge concerns about the idea of Zelensky going back to Washington, back to the Oval Office, because we all remember those terrible scenes.
And I don't know that he is in a better position now than he was 3-4 months ago when he came in, ended up getting in an argument with J.D. Vance, ended up kind of making an ass out of himself, wasn't really dressed appropriately, kind of was a dick. I guess he pulled the nose up towards the last part of the meeting, but I think that there'll be a whole different Zelensky that walks in this time when you're walking in with all the, a lot of the leaders from the EU and what have you. Hopefully I've never seen the guy in a suit and tie. I don't think I've ever seen him in a suit and tie.
Before he was president, he was. When he
that
was,
happened.
When he was a comedian?
Yeah.
Okay.
Last time where President Zelensky was ambushed, he was humiliated, he was berated, even berated for not wearing a jacket and a tie at one point. So European leaders who want to express their solidarity with Ukraine have rallied in force in a way that I'm not so sure we've seen.
Now, do they have elections in Ukraine, and could they vote this guy out?
They've suspended the elections because of the war.
Oh, okay.
So he's been in charge since the beginning of the war, and there should have been elections, but according to their constitution, they can suspend them in wartime.
Since this war began, you're now going to have the leaders of Britain, France, Germany, Italy. You're going to have the head of NATO, as well as the head of the European Commission.
Now, does the head of NATO, can he commit to military help? I know NATO has their own military. I mean, I think
Ukraine's not in NATO.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
You're
that would cause a big problem.
That's the problem.
It's one of the problems. The deal was that they would never join NATO. They had promised not to join NATO because they didn't want to inflame Russia, but Russia promised not to invade
them.
And we promised to support them once they got their nuclear weapons gone. So there's been a lot of back and forth lies. A lot of people have not kept their word, from America to Russia to Ukraine. All three of them have been disingenuous about things for the last 20 years.
If they were a part of NATO, would this be way different?
Well, it would
Russia would have never attacked.
They wouldn't, because it would elicit an attack from all the other NATO countries.
Because being part of NATO means that when a country that's part of NATO gets attacked, all of the countries come to their defense.
Arguably, yes.
That's the way it's designed to work.
Correct.
Right.
It's critical because they've got to achieve two things. Firstly, avoid a repetition of the disastrous meeting between Zelensky and Trump earlier this year. But number two, they've got to try and shift President Trump back to their way of thinking. Now, it seems the idea of having a ceasefire first and then negotiations is probably out of the way. But Zelensky is now under pressure to hand over as much as a fifth of his country to Russia in exchange for a cessation of...
Now, has anybody gotten... I mean, are they allowed? Do they do Gallup polls or anything like that in Ukraine? And what are Ukrainian people, the people of Ukraine, what are they saying? Are they saying, give them the land and let's stop this war? Or are they saying, that's our land, we're proud Ukrainians, and we're not giving it up to Russia?
I think it depends, Bubba, on who you're asking. If you're asking people that live in the Donbas region, they may say, you know what, we are kind of Russian and we don't mind going over there. But if you ask people in Kyiv, they're like, we're not giving up anything. So it's again, the problem here is...
It'd be like if somebody if Canada wanted to take over Maine, we'd be like, man, go ahead. But if you live in Maine, you might not be so cool on it, right?
Exactly. But Bubba, this is really like Florida-Georgia border. Because when the USSR was the USSR, the individual countries' distinctions of their borders didn't really matter because they were still all under the USSR. Once they became independent countries, the borders became more meaningful to the countries individually. And this border has gone back and forth over the last 100 years. If you look at the borders between Ukraine and Russia, like pre and during World War I and in between World War I and II, that border's gone back and forth a little bit.
Zelensky
it looks
says
like there was a Gallup poll, and it looks like 69% of Ukrainians backed a negotiation to end the war as soon as possible.
Mean like
they could give two rats' asses about the panhandle. Let it go.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like people in Miami don't care about the panhandle.
Right.
If Georgia's fighting Florida over the panhandle, like, dude, just end the war.
People in Clearwater don't worry about it.
They don't worry about it.
People in Panama City and Fort Walton Beach might have a little something about that.
But you know what? They may be saying, you know what? I feel like more Georgia than I do Florida. And so I want to be part of Georgia or part of Alabama.
So the same poll that was taken in when the war started, 22% favored negotiations, where 73% wanted Ukraine to fight until
So
victory.
now it's flip-flop applesauce, and 69% want Ukraine to say, hey, Russia, take it. Let's stop the shell shocking and take that little bit of land that you want and leave us alone.
I also sent you two clips of Putin from the day he was there to the next day when he was back in Russia.
Fantastic. I'll get to the Putin clips next.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
My name is Putin. I fight bears, and I'm not afraid of little ass Zelensky, who can't even wear a motherfucking suit to a meeting. So, we're going to have to read the American part?
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello, 8,000 of you motherfuckers on Rumble. Could you get us, could you follow us, please? Vi324, hello. Could you follow us? Thank you.
Good morning, Bubba. Last show. Good morning, Bubba Love Sponge Show. Good morning, Bubba Love Sponge Show. Good, how are you doing? Alright, hold on, please.
Line 3's from Panama City, and they have a medical issue or a medical question for Dan.
Wow, good for her. She skateboarded all across the United States. That's interesting.
Where's it going?
What's up, FJ Bar? Eat more coleslaw. Good morning.
Well, yeah, we're on break right now, so we're going to keep holding. Would you like something else?
What's up, 843 operator? Greg Midnight Sun. 4 Marciano. Oh, Lou Marciano. Shit.
LM close. Sherry Brian Thompson.
It's summer while you're out burning your balls. We are sweating the bills. Executive producer Lumex has the most efficient way you can support the show. Put the balls back in your pants, Bubba Army. And hit up BubbaArmyTips.com. Yes, BubbaArmyTips.com. Get the most bang for your buck and put a smile on Lummy's face. Now back to the show.
I got line 3 out of Panama City. Got a medical question for Dan. Then we'll jump back into the Zelensky-Putin deal. As Zelensky is headed to the White House with a whole slew of people. I have those people as well. Hi, you're on the air with Dan. Go ahead.
Hey, this is Eddie from Panama City. How are you guys doing?
Hi, Eddie. 101.1 Florida Man Radio. Us. We got Brian Payne after us. And then, of course, the great Shannon Burke later on this afternoon. Go ahead, sir. What do you got?
Well, first off, I got to say that the folks up here in the Panhandle don't claim Georgia or Alabama. So I got to start there.
Okay.
I don't blame you.
But I'm just kidding. But anyway, got a question for Dan. I've had long-term knee issues going on a decade. Started with identifying a Baker's cyst. Didn't really know the cause. Been seeing Andrews Institute for several years. Getting care over there, getting it drained, getting it removed.
They're good, though, aren't they?
Came back. Oh, they're really good. They're really good. So the removal wasn't done there. It was done on a military installation. Came back bigger, more painful. Been getting treatment over there, drainage, PRP injections, everything under the sun. finally got kicked to a surgeon over there who is telling me I have acquired genuvarum. So I'd be curious to get your thoughts on that.
Now, hold on, Dan. You got
acquired what? Genu what? Genu's knee, but I didn't hear the last part of it.
Verum.
Oh, verum. Okay, so there's valgus and varus, and valgus and varus, and that has to do with the angle of your knee, whether it's bowed in or bowed out. You bowed out.
Right.
You bowed out.
I think it's bowed in.
You're bowed in.
So all of the issue is they're saying is in my medial compartment.
Hey, Seth, how you bowed, buddy?
Oh, I'm bowed any way you can take me.
So what they end up doing for that?
Me too, buddy.
So what they end up doing with that is a lot of times they'll take a wedge, a bone out, and kind of straighten up your leg.
So
is that what they want to do?
Is he pigeon-toed or bow-legged?
It's not the angle of the feet, Bubba. It's the angle of the leg, whether the knees go close together. Valgus is usually close together, and varus is usually far away. So valgus is usually bow leg. I mean, knock kneed, whereas bow leg is varus. Like
So-
like on a horse, where your knees are further than your feet.
Is this like a knee bone structural kind of deal?
Yes, and some people it's just the way their bones form or what they do over time or their weight. But the answer is to straighten the joint. And so if the joint's at an angle, you take a wedge out of one side of the bone, and that way you can straighten the joint back up, which is, I agree, that fixes the problem.
So that's what they said. They recommended basically what you just described as a high tibial osteotomy.
Mm-hmm.
My PCM was like, dude, I would put that off as long as you can. And I'm starting to be miserable every day because of the pain. Like, you wouldn't be worried at all to get both knees done, at 33 years old.
Dude, otherwise you're just going to continue to eat away your cartilage.
You're just going to continue to kick the can, right, Dan?
Right. And literally, I had this argument, Bubba, this week with my son and his collarbone. Literally, half of the doctors I spoke to said, "Don't fix it."
What?
And the other half said, "Fix it."
Hold on, that's one of the most cleanest, biggest breaks. What's the alternative? It's going to grow back together?
Yeah, but it doesn't grow back together nicely.
No, it grows back together like
a crooked branch.
Well, you can't even determine how it grows back together.
Right. So there's a thought, if the two ends of the bone in a clavicle fracture are in the same room, it's going to heal. Sure, it'll heal like crap. And so when things aren't lined up right, just like this gentleman's knee, it creates long-term problems. When you have a grossly displaced 100% displaced, greater than 100% displaced clavicle fracture, Bubba, what happens is it shortens and the angles are wrong. And so what happens is you end up with a weak, stiff, chronically pained shoulder and collarbone.
And how do you rehab something
you can't. It's gross.
That wasn't set in place
anatomically.
Yeah, like,
radiographically, anatomically,
right,
whatever.
Right,
yeah.
Like, wasn't geographically placed correctly at the right angle with how it broke, put it back together like a puzzle, put the screws in the plate, and then at that point, man, you're never worrying about any type of rehabilitative exercise, because otherwise you're not going to. What if it grows kind of like a cockeyed?
It does. And Jay's friend Pitty, Pitty had a broken collarbone as a kid, and it didn't let it heal, and it just was healed. They didn't get it fixed because they didn't even offer it to him. And Bubba, it looks like a crooked branch.
Right.
It goes down, then it goes up, and it comes across.
Last time I checked, he's the kid, and you're the hold on. He's the kid, you're the dad, and a doctor. Bitch, get the plate in there immediately.
So it's amazing because.
So with you, sir, man, you absolutely got to get this done.
Yes. You could just have more and more problems if you don't. What's the big deal? You could either just suffer every day. Like my son couldn't move for 5 days. He didn't go to the bathroom, Bubba, for 5 days. Right. And so you can either do that, or we can put it back the way it's supposed to be. And so fix your knee.
If you're close, Dr. Andrews is the god of knee surgeries.
Yep.
I mean, every NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, he is
the guy.
The guy. I mean, if you're in Chicago,
he's probably old down and probably doesn't do as much, but still, he's the guy. And his institute is the institute.
Right. His institute. He's trained plenty of guys. If you're a Chicago Bear wide receiver and you tweak your knee, they're shipping you down to Birmingham, Alabama, to the Andrews Resort. I'm telling you that right now.
Absolutely.
So, sir, you got the you got the best. You happen to geographically live close to the Andrews place. I'd be getting that done, bud.
Yeah,
For
get your
real.
osteotomies, fix your knees, line them back up, and you'll have you have 15 years of no pain whatsoever.
Yeah.
It'll be a market improvement.
Right.
It's the answer.
All right, bud.
That's the thing is. All right, thank you, guys.
See you later.
So just take a little wedge out, Bubba, and straightening up the joint. And again, a crooked joint hurts.
You're just taking a little stagger out of his knee.
Exactly.
I mean, are they literally just taking like a
exactly what they do.
like a pie, like this, like
a little wedge
out of your knee?
Just a little sliver. Yeah, they put it back together.
Here's Zelensky. Won't be traveling to Trump alone. He'll be joined by this is some pretty slinging D's, and Putin should pay attention to this. He'll be joined by European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and other top European leaders. His plane has already departed with a stop in Brussels. Media reports that NATO Secretary General Rutte, the French president is coming. The UK Prime Minister is coming. The German Chancellor is coming. The Italian Prime Minister is coming. The Finnish from Finland, the Finnish president's coming.
You know what they're going to do, Bubba? They're going to roll up in a little Volkswagen Bug, and they're all going to come out of the car like clowns.
No.
'Cause that's what they all are.
No, I mean, if you got every one of these people's support, how does Putin, how does he fight that? I mean, all of the entire, Western hemisphere, for the most part, of any country that matters is joining Zelensky and meeting with Trump today. Zelensky says, "I am confident that we will defend Ukraine, effectively guarantee security, and that our people will always be grateful to President Trump, everybody in America, and every partner and ally for their support and invaluable assistance. Russia must end this war, which itself started." Now, can every one of those people that go to the meeting today, can they offer some type of military assistance, or does all military assistance have to go through NATO or us?
It's going through NATO with all those countries.
So, like when we send ammunitions or missiles or anything like that, we send it to NATO, then NATO brings it in. So it's like we're not really, we're kind of there by proxy.
Yeah, NATO sent about $80 billion in military and financial.
And how much? And has any other country, France, all these other, the Finland, all these other people do they have any military? Does France even have a military?
Yes, they have nuclear weapons.
Oh, they do?
Yeah. France is a big boy military. It's not as big as ours, but it's sophisticated.
Who are the big boy militaries? If you were to give me the top 5 to 7 big boy militaries.
U.S., Russia, China. India's pretty powerful. Britain's pretty powerful. And it falls off dramatically there.
All right, who's India's ally?
Us.
Us and Great Britain. Us. So basically,
it's us against China and Russia.
Is that what it is?
Pretty much.
Us versus China and Russia.
There's a military strength ranking. It's called globalfirepower.com.
Oh, really?
So it's got U.S., Russia, China, India, and then South Korea at 5.
Really?
Then United Kingdom, then France at 7.
South Korea over United Kingdom? That surprises me.
But South Korea's for us, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes. They got where's South Korea at?
They're number 5 on the global firepower index.
Nice.
I sent you, it's a huge list.
Hi, who's this?
But everything the countries have sent to Ukraine.
Hello, you're on the air. Go ahead. Yes. Hello. God, people are just absolutely stupid. Absolutely stupid. This guy's live on the air. He had enough wherewithal.
Hello.
Yes, buddy. I've been saying hello, you're on the air now for 4 times. What part of that can't you understand?
That part too, Bubba.
Yeah.
What? Jesus Christ. Makes you just want to...
He's calling from Ukraine. There's a little delay.
Yeah. Let me... What you sent me here, where does it rank them?
Oh, it doesn't. It just shows every single thing because it's NATO is the 80 billion and the U.S. is 132 billion, but that's pretty much all the countries that I've given through NATO.
Oh, list of military aid to Ukraine during the Russian-Ukraine war. So this goes by what each country has given, right?
Correct.
Like Albania has given 22 Jeeps, it looks like.
Great. And a smart car.
Two ambulances. They've given 7 62-millimeter shells, 60-millimeter Type 63 mortars, 82 millimeter. So, again...
Albania ain't got nothing, though.
Argentina, virtually no. Well, I guess Argentina has given all this, right?
Yeah. No, that's Australia. Argentina looks like it's just some fighter jets.
A couple rubber bands.
Yeah.
Australia, Austria, Belgium. So these are people that have stepped up and give. I mean, look at Bulgaria. Bulgaria's given quite a bit, right?
They're in the area. They have an interest.
Cambodia, what do they got?
Nothing.
They can barely
Rice.
eat. Canada's given quite a bit, right?
They have. Yeah, some maple syrup.
Colombia, Croatia, Cyprus. I didn't even know there's a country called Cyprus. Funding for production of 155 millimeter ammunition. So hold on, all of these countries, I could go on and on and on and on. All of these countries have stepped up and given something to Ukraine, and Ukraine's still getting its ass kicked?
Well, yeah, they're fighting them off.
They're not doing a very good job.
It's been a stalemate like
7
World War
Jeep
I.
Wranglers, whoever country this is.
Luxembourg. Dude, it's the smallest country in Europe.
Yeah. 15 somethings. Wow. 7 Jeep Wranglers, 4 pickup trucks, a Mercedes Sprinter, 8 ambulances, and 30 armored ambulances. That could be blown up with one of Putin's bombs, right?
Yeah.
He had 20 machine guns.
Here is Putin's. Now, is this him back in Russia?
16th, yes.
And this is him telling, I guess, probably the Russia press how his meeting with Trump went? I want to emphasize right away that the visit to Alaska was both timely and very useful. Okay.
Визит был своевременным и весьма полезным.
We discussed practically all areas of our cooperation.
Говорили практически по всем направлениям нашего взаимодействия, но прежде всего, конечно.
But above all, of course, we focus on the possibility of resolving the Ukrainian crisis on a just basis.
Говорили о.
I mean, it sounds pretty cool so far to me, right?
Yeah. Решении украинского кризиса.
I mean, he's very calm. I kind of like his delivery better than Trump's.
На справедливой основе. И, конечно, у нас была возможность, что мы сделали, поговорить о генезисе, о причинах этого кризиса. И именно...
And the elimination of the root causes must be at the foundation of any settlement.
Устранение этих первопричин должно быть положено в основу урегулирования.
Man, a lot of words for what they're saying. It's been a long time since we conducted such direct negotiations at this level. Okay.
Давно напрямую не вели переговоров подобного рода на таком уровне. Повторяю еще раз.
Once again, I want to stress, this was an opportunity to calmly and thoroughly reiterate our position.
Была возможность спокойно, детально еще раз изложить нашу позицию.
I really don't think he said much there.
No.
Other than we had some good conversations. Here's one other.
Мы видим
we see a desire on the part of the U.S. administration and President Trump personally to help resolve the conflict in Ukraine. Okay, that's pretty straightforward.
Стремление администрации США и лично президента Трампа содействовать разрешению украинского конфликта. Его
and his willingness to delve into its essence and understand its roots.
Желание вникнуть в суть и понять его истоки.
So did Trump like, okay, let me tell you something, Putin. Like why do you want this land? Why? Tell me why. I like to get to the root of the problem here. What do you want?
Я не раз говорил, что
I've said many times that for Russia, the events in Ukraine are linked to fundamental threats to our national security.
Что для России события на Украине связаны с фундаментальными
угрозами. Well, let me ask you a question. Haven't they had these borders and these lines drawn for not hundreds, but 30, 40, 50 years. I mean, since the breakup of the USSR.
But the border wasn't important when the USSR was formed. The border is more important when the USSR and Ukraine are independent countries, because again, the eastern side, that Donbas region, is Russian. And so it was Russia's at one point, and it went back and forth. That border's moved several times over the last 100 years. And that's what people aren't appreciating. That's not been the border for 500 years.
Moreover, we have always regarded and continue to regard the Ukrainian people as a brotherly nation. Okay, that's pretty cool. As we bomb our brothers. I mean, Dan, you can consider Steve your brother. You can still get in a fight with him.
Yeah, Mexico's our brother. We bombed Mexico back in the day.
As strange as that may sound under current circumstances. We share the same roots, and everything that is happening is a tragedy and a source of deep pain for us.
Все происходящее для нас это трагедия и тяжелая боль.
So let me ask you a question. What's the downside of Putin kind of scaling back a little bit? Maybe he gets, out of all the land he wants, he gets some of it, but not all of it.
He wants half of it.
Okay, but I mean, out of all the land that he's taken over, he wants half.
Roughly half is what he wants.
Half of the country, or just half
of what he's taking?
I think he wants Crimea or
he wants Crimea and he wants
something.
Donbas, the top part of the eastern part. There's a part in the middle that he doesn't care about, but the northern eastern part, and then like Crimea, he wants.
But could he save face? Let me, as much as they've polled what Ukraine people want, have they polled, or are they allowed to poll what Russian people want? And can Russian people go against Putin? Could like a Russian person say, you know what? I think we're getting a little greedy here. I think Putin needs to back it off a notch, or are they going to kill him tomorrow at noon?
Well, I'll see if I can find anything from Russia.
I mean, can he walk away and say, okay, we're gonna, out of all the land that I want, we're gonna take half, and I'm good with that, as long as it stops the war, the bloodshed, the kill.
It's not about him being good with it. It's not. Nobody wants to give him any land. It's going from he wants all of this to nobody wants to give him anything. So it's going to be hard to meet in the middle when both sides are on the extreme end of this.
Right.
Поэтому наша страна искренне заинтересована.
This is why our country is genuinely interested in bringing this to an end. He's saying all the right things.
He could end it.
В том, чтобы положить этому конец.
Dan, will he look weaker to the Russian people by, kind of backing it off a notch and not taking as much land, or is he now all in where he's got to prevail, or he's going to look weak? And at the end of the day, I don't know. Do they even have elections there? And is anybody allowed to run against him?
Yeah, they usually die though.
Yeah, the elections there are kind of a sham.
It says, according to the Russian people, are represented by Vladimir Putin's thoughts and have a complex and multifaceted view of Ukraine. They seek to weaken Ukraine ties with NATO, and the people of Russia agree.
So they're on Putin's side.
Yeah,
mostly.
At the same time, we are convinced that for a Ukrainian settlement to be stable and long term,
мы убеждены, что чтобы украинское урегулированное силоустойчивое.
By the way, he was still in America when he did this. See the American seal right here?
This is the one where they were still in Alaska.
И долгосрочный характер должны быть устранены.
All the root causes of the crisis, which have been repeatedly spoken about, must be addressed.
Все первопричины кризиса, о которых говорили неоднократно. Обеспечен учет всех
Russians' legitimate concerns must be taken into account.
Законных озабоченностей России, восстановлен справедливый.
And a fair balance in the sphere of security must be restored to Europe and globally.
Баланс в сфере безопасности в Европе и в мире.
I mean, he's saying all the right things, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, and there's multiple arguments about, like he doesn't have to, they're not giving Putin anything. He already has a quarter of the country. So I think, in my personal opinion, a great resolution for this would be Russia gives back, half of what they've taken. They pay Ukraine, maybe $500 billion or $700 billion to help rebuild some of the infrastructure they destroyed. And then everyone walks out nicely. Zelensky gets to line his pockets with billions of dollars. Russia gets the ethnic people to back to his side. He still gets his warm water port. Zelensky still has a warm water port. And NATO stays out of a neutral zone country. NATO should never be in Ukraine. The deal was there's going to be a buffer of countries between NATO and Russia, so that it's not NATO, Russia sharing a wall.
Didn't Barack Obama try to get, to his credit, Ukraine to be part of? I mean, they offered Ukraine NATO-ship, if you will. I think it was under one of the presidents where they tried to get Ukraine to be.
Biden did.
Okay, Biden. Okay, so
but that's taunting the bear. That's like saying, okay, we're gonna put 98 Rock right where Doug's place is. Right next to you, Bubba. Right up your ass. They're going to put it right next to you. It's going to irritate you. And so there's a buffer zone. And there's a buffer between NATO and Russia.
Horrible analogy.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. It's off the cuff.
Yeah, it was horrible. It's horrible. So, I mean, at the end of the day, do you think after this is all said and done that Ukraine, or is part of the deal going to be that Ukraine does not join NATO? Because when it's all said and done, let's say that it's all said and done, they draw the borders, Russia gets what they want, Zelensky lays down and gives them what they want, gets some money, they both got ports, Russia got what they want. Is part of the deal that Ukraine cannot ever join NATO? Could they throw that in there?
They probably want to treat it as a neutral country so that it stays out of the war and it stays out of the bias.
What's stopping Putin from doing this again?
Nothing. But if Ukraine becomes part of NATO, then it becomes more of a taunting between the big boys. And you don't want NATO squaring off against Russia. It's unnecessary.
Well, I think it is necessary. You got to keep it. You got to keep them in check. If they're not afraid because they're invading a non-NATO country, they're just going to boss hog their way right through it like they are now.
What's more powerful than a gun, Bubba?
Only two presidents have pushed Ukraine to join NATO: Bush #2 and Biden.
Right.
Yeah,
Fool and fool. Both are fools. And the only thing that's more important than a bullet, Bubba, is the dollar. And so when the dollars talk, and it makes more financial and economic sense for both countries to walk away with some kind of compromise, that's when it's going to happen.
When we return, Browns rookie quarterback Dylan Gabriel made his NFL debut. And didn't he throw a pick six and a fumble? I don't know. He did not do well.
Yeah. Wow. He's not an entertainer.
And so everybody knows what he was doing. He was taking a shot at Shador when he said this. And then he tried to unwind it by, at his press conference after the game, say, all you media people are entertainers. And it would be interesting to see, because I know he was a very highly heralded college quarterback, and probably after every game he played in college, he addressed the media, right? How many times did he call the media entertainers then? Never.
No.
So who you talking about, and why you talking smack about Shador? He went out his first game and had a far better outing than you did. A lot of people are speculating that, the Browns made a mistake and they should have drafted Shador in the third and not even got this guy. Now the quarterback room in the Cleveland Browns quarterback room is an absolute mess.
That's what the Browns are used to, though.
Yeah, but not they got 5 guys.
Yeah.
What, 3 are going to make? Seth, how many are they going to carry? 3? Max? 4?
I just wish Deshaun Watson would come back and end all this.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
No.
Flood City, 72 months. Oh, fuck, I gotta go to the post office. USPS sucks.
Postal Service?
Yeah. My mailman, I moved my mailbox. He hasn't delivered my mail in a week.
Because you moved it?
I guess.
Where'd you move it?
He wanted me to nail it on the fucking wall, so I nailed it on the wall, and
He told you to nail it to the wall?
he said I had to hang it up because it was on the ground.
Your mailbox?
Yeah.
You can't deliver mail on the ground.
It's one that attached to the house.
Uh-huh.
Until it went down when I put some new siding on it, and I put it on the porch, right there where you see it by the door. And he didn't like bending down, so he told me to put it. And then I got a new mail guy that came and didn't mind it. And then the old guy came back and I moved it to the railing, and he hasn't delivered it. I get that photo, you take a photo and send it. So now I got to go to the post office. I confronted the guy. He said I didn't know anyone was living there.
You talked to me? You talked to him though, right?
Yeah. And he said I didn't think anyone was living there. Fuck. Now I gotta go to the post office. Cause I talked to him like 2-3 months ago when he asked me if I'd hang up the mailbox. So I did. Then when I stopped getting it, I went and talked to him. He said, "Oh, I didn't think anyone was living there."
I'm a fucking idiot.
These are people fucking being hired by the
David Cannon, I agree. Dumb bass. KJN66, you can drive yourself there, but they won't let you go without someone with you if you have general anesthesia. You can't just get like in a cab and go home.
Ben Miller.
You are the wind beneath my wing.
Thank you, Cece. Roy Hobos. Roy Hobbs.
We need to get some bands back here.
Lovey, when we get unsigned band reviews?
When I get them? No one sent any in. I've even gone out and tried to find some.
I'll go to the street post and sit downtown St. Pete and see who's putting stickers and signs up promoting their shows. I'll report back.
Perfect. I've gone on multiple platforms, like messaging them, asking them, like, "Hey, we do this thing. Send your stuff in." It's like you got 4,000 followers. You want to get some exposure. Nothing.
Not all bands have it all together. To the point where they could, I don't know.
Wake up early. Well, one band did get back to me, and they didn't want to wake up early. They wanted to see if we could do a night show.
Oh, that's.
I said, okay, you guys, you seem real.
Yeah, they're the next big thing.
You're hungry.
For sure.
You're hungry. You can't wake up at 9 o'clock. I did have this rap guy. He refused to come on the air.
Who?
This rap guy. He submitted everything. He did everything. He's like, "Oh, I need to get paid." My stuff is, the guy was a 62.
Thanks, Roy.
Did we pick up any followers? Will you tell me?
Yeah, I'll let me do the update right now.
Yes, we do. Family 12. We have financing. Please come in. I can help you.
Yes, we've picked up 11.
There's Monday Night Football tonight.
There's Monday Night Football tonight?
Yeah. I mean, it's not.
I understand, but there's games.
There is, yeah.
Who's the opponents?
I think the Bengals are one.
The Bengals.
Magnum GI.
Sorry, I was locked into Sunday Night Football last night.
We ought to fly. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns. We ought to fly.
813-902-8222. I just get so frustrated. If you're trying to call the show, when you listen, you have to listen into your earpiece. And when you hear me say, hello, you're live, that means talk. Say something. Hey, Bubba, it's Fred from Tallahassee. Hey, Fred, what's going on? I want to ask Seth Kushner a question. What? How do you feel about Caleb Williams' performance last night? Seth, how do you feel?
I'm still erect.
He's Fred, he's still erect. Blue-balled, if you will. Waiting for the next game. Thinking that the Packers might get swept by the Bears this year. It's full hard on the deal.
I had them on this week. I don't know if they were playing the Colts or something. I had their game on. I go, what am I doing with my life here?
I missed it. That was the Packers Colts, and I think the Packers came back to win it 23-19.
I think you guys lost your backup running back for the second straight year.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Oh, Marshawn Lloyd.
Yeah.
Hi, you're on the air. Hello.
Beginning of the end.
Yeah, this is Bruce Howard.
Meanwhile, they could have kept Jones for $5 million and had him.
Jones is long gone, but you got Jacobs.
I know, but they could have had them both. Anyway, sir, go ahead. You're live on the air.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to talk to you about. And I love your show, by the way.
Thank you.
Anyways, the whole Russian Zelensky, battle going on, and Trump and everything. You got to look at it like I think of it like episodes of The Sopranos. Have you ever watched The Sopranos?
Yes.
Okay, so let's think of Zelensky, as I don't know,
Johnny
maybe
Sack. What do we got
boss,
here?
Maybe a lower boss, and then Russia. They're like Johnny Sacks, and the upper bosses and everything, and they're battling over turf.
It's a great metaphor.
I don't think he's seen Sopranos.
Is one of the dudes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we certainly know what you mean, my friend. Thank you for your call. Appreciate it. Hello. You're on the air. Go ahead.
What up?
Yes. What can I do for you, sir? Perfect. Thank you.
How did you know what I mean? Become one of those things that you're just programmed to say and you don't even know you're saying it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
you know what I mean.
We know it every time. 99% of the time we know what you mean.
Or you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I just don't know how that became one of those things that's like it's just programmed into some people now.
It's a word crutch. I mean, just like right. I hate when people say right.
It's just part of it. Yeah, no adrenaline. I think just more excitement. Get to wake.
This is it Dylan? Is it Dylan Gabriel?
Yes.
Yeah, he'll be working at the Wawa next month.
It's just part of it. There's entertainers and there's competitors, and I totally understand that. And my job is to compete.
If I'm the Browns, I'm cutting this guy today.
Yeah. Throw me a Gatorade, kid. Throw me a Gatorade.
I'm cutting this guy today. Because he was trying to take, not because he took a hack at Shedeur Sanders, and I like Shedeur Sanders, and I know his father, because he took a hack at another player, another Brown. And he did. And
do you think? I know he said afterwards he didn't mean it, and he said he was talking about the media, but
listen, then go back and watch every one of his press conferences going clear back to college and see how many times he ever addressed the media as entertainers.
I will say, though, for a third-round quarterback, who is, in a quarterback battle with 17 other guys, to get an interview and then to either take a shot at a teammate or the media, it seems like either way,
it's just
he went out of the way to make some sort of comment.
What junior college did he go to?
He went to Oregon.
It was good.
He went to UCF before that.
It's just part of it. There's entertainers and there's competitors, and I totally understand that. And my job is to compete, and that's what I'm.
And you threw a pick six and fumbled. Did he not, Lummy?
Yes, he did.
Focused on doing. Of course, we're doing this mid-game, but it's something that I'll get used to, and just want to be the best team that I can, and create an environment where we can all go do our best work. That's all we want to do.
Oh man,
it's just
done. Here's his
pick up and go to game day. So that was a lot of fun, and I think that process,
let me find this
getting back into it was good. But it was a lot of fun.
What's your overall evaluation of how you did?
Yeah, I think we'll still have to go back to the film and see how it is. But, for me, I think just continue to learn from maybe.
I think, Lummy, in this press conference, he tries to call and circle back and call the press entertainers. I think, and it's very awkward. And you can tell that he's trying to cover his ass from his interview that he did on the field, and that somebody may have said something to him. And I don't know where at what part of this
some things that
is
can happen, like turnovers. But I think other than that, there was flashes of being very consistent and clean as an offense. And I think as long as we consistently, work at that and try to put more of those kind of drives together, you see our defense playing really well, and just putting our each other in better positions.
Holy hell, man! If I'm in the media, I'm hoping Shedeur gets a starting spot because this guy is dull.
Yeah, I think for me, I look back and definitely want to just throw it away. Don't force anything, on a keeper, and felt like, there's just miscommunication on my part and something that we got to clean up. But
and don't forget, you guys are entertainers, and I'm a performer.
I'm sure everyone's buying his nobody number jersey.
We'll make sure of that.
Trying to find it for me, Lemmy.
I'm trying to.
I know he says.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that at all.
I know
just
he
focus
says it.
on a day at a time.
But just know where.
At the end of the day, some decision will be made that's best for the team, and that'll be it. So, I'm just focused on being my best version of myself, and contributing to our team and our QB room to be the best, and that takes every single day and one day at a time. So, way down the road. Yeah, just miscommunication as well. I got to be better there to help each other out on one that.
I sent you an article where
knowing exactly
why I look for it because I'm.
No, so all right. So the article you sent has it in it.
Yes.
All right. That's all I need. That's all I need, because he circles back and tries to cover his ass. Oh, this is just an article.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the video. I just figured I give it out to you so you could read it.
Dateline Philadelphia, life as a starting quarterback in the NFL is tough. Dylan Gabriel found out the hard way on and off the field on an afternoon where Gabriel was presented with an opportunity to emerge as a player in the Cleveland Browns quarterback competition. The third-round rookie had to maneuver his way through damage control. Of course, it was a quote taken out of context. Speaking to a CBS reporter, Gabriel was asked about his comfortability in front of the camera. The poised Gabriel was authentic in his answer, a harmless and fun response. There are entertainers and there are competitors, and I totally understand that. My job is to compete, and that's what I'm doing. It's something that I get used to, and I just want to be the best teammate that I can be and create an environment that we can all best work in. In this age of social media where the belief was Gabriel was taking a backhanded compliment at rookie teammate Shedeur Sanders, who came into the training camp with a lot of hype and a lot of fanfare, some believed the entertainer comment was directed towards Sanders.
I sent you the clip.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Perfect. Because I'm a horrible reader.
I thought it was good.
No, you thought, well, you're my Keith from the righteous gemstones, and you think everything I do is the best.
Of course.
And sometimes what I do is not so good.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I suck, but never in your eyes, my friend.
That is correct.
This is after his smart-ass comment.
All about our team, you know what I mean, and each other. I would never make that, and I've said it before. That's why it's interesting. But for me, I've explained it. Entertainers are you all, competitor. That's what I am, and all my teammates, and we both have jobs to do. So that's it.
Bull crap.
I got bad news for you, man. You're an entertainer.
Entertainer is y'all.
He's not very entertaining, is he?
No. He sucks.
It's tough to say he's a competitor. So only competitors are what? People that play with the ball on a field. You can't compete if you're in the media or if you do something else.
Exactly.
He's going to be a comedian.
How about the competition amongst the media, right? Channel 5 trying to outdo Channel 9.
I guess the Browns didn't get to the part of media training yet.
I never make that, and I've said it before. That's why it's interesting. But for me, I've explained it. Entertainers are you all, competitor. That's what I am, and all my teammates, and we both.
You're like, no, man, I'm competing with Channel 9 right now to get the scoop on your stupidity, you idiot.
They work with these guys to how to talk to the media from day one, Seth.
Well,
they got to get him back to the. They got to give him a new pamphlet or something.
Yeah, well, he doesn't know the plays. He doesn't know the media stuff. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know his ass from the hole in the ground.
They got to get rid of the guy.
Yeah.
They absolutely got to get rid of the guy.
Terry, I want to.
Marco Rubio. They go back, and I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago, he was talking about how just insane Putin is, and he's a liar. Putin's a liar. You can't ever trust him on anything he was saying. And they tried to circle back and really shove it up Rubio's ass. Rubio doubled down and said he is a liar. Even if we get a deal with him, you better keep him in check.
Play something you said about President Putin. This was right after the invasion in March of 2020.
Are we trying to piss this dude off? Are we trying to piss Putin off?
The whole point, Bubba, is if you don't piss him off, he's likely to capitulate.
Me too.
And
Take
so,
a look.
Bubba, Trump understands that. Everyone else wants to piss him off and screw things up. Kamala Harris and Biden pissed him off and he invaded Ukraine.
Yeah, well, Rubio's going to fix him to piss him off, too.
This guy lies, habitually lies. He's never kept a deal they've ever signed, and he lies all the time. And I don't know why, but he plays this.
Hey, Rubio, you lie, too. Because you're just a politician, and that's what all politicians do.
And he was never at that phone party.
Lie. How many times if I call you? Everybody lies. I lie. I lie 50 times a show.
Like a violin in the West, because the West wants.
Seth lies all the time. Lummy lies. Dan lies.
Right. To believe that you can cut a deal with everybody. You can't cut a deal with guys like this. He's a professional, experienced liar.
Mr. Secretary, given that, what makes you think that if you are able to reach a deal with President Putin, that he would stick to it, based on, as you just said, he's a liar?
Well, that's the point.
We should get Henry Rollins. Remember the liar song?
Yeah. That's why the deal has to have enforceable mechanisms in it. That's why the deal has to have things like security guarantees. That's the point I was making a few minutes ago when you were asking me about looking someone in the eye. What's important here is actions, not words, not paper, document. Those are all important. Those are elements of a deal, but they have to be enforceable. They have to be verifiable. They have to be enduring. There's no point here in signing a deal that's going to be violated in 3 or 4 months. There's no point in doing that.
Duh, Rubio, duh.
I feel like he sauntered out of that gotcha moment pretty well.
I think he did too, but
things worse.
I just don't like him.
Is it his ears or just his policies?
It's both.
So that's why this is such a difficult thing.
He has to have one of the biggest ear-to-head ratios in the history of our politics.
I mean, between the ears and the forehead, it's pretty tough. I mean, he's got some big old floppy ears.
Not only do you need a...
Can you de-Dumbo him, Dan? I mean, can you?
I don't
think
know,
you can.
man. I could make that earlobe smaller. Yeah, I could take out that earlobe.
But did he really have small hands, or was Trump just messing with him?
He's a little guy. Of course he's got small hands.
Trump's got small hands, they say.
No.
Actually, Trump does not have small hands. They're proportionate.
Viable, that's enforceable, and that's enduring. If you don't achieve that, then I think you could have a ceasefire for a few months, a few weeks, and then the war will start again and more people will die. That's not the outcome we're interested in.
This wouldn't have been my choice for Secretary of State.
Not the outcome anyone wants. So that's why this is so difficult.
All right. Secretary of State.
All right,
He's a smart guy.
Trying to get you.
Rubio's still a smart guy, and so you can dog him all you want, but he's not dumb.
Dear WNBA players, you are making now $97,000 a year, and they want to. Or I don't know. Maybe they're making more than that.
I thought it was 66,000 or whatever.
So the rookie is like 65.
Yeah. So it's all. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're picked first or 10th. You get 66,000. And there's a sliding scale where everybody makes the same, regardless of time served.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that's what it is, time served. And they've been in league, and they've been in around. Now, Seth will know more about the WNBA than any of us. And listen, I find myself, although she's hurt right now. When's Caitlin coming back? Do we know?
I don't think there's a timeline. They said they hope before the end of the year.
Oh my God! Is it a groin?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that just shows you what she represents to the WNBA. Because when Caitlin Clark plays, I actually will Google or I'll go to the ESPN app and find out what channel, what network, and what time the Indiana Fever play, so I can watch Caitlin Clark. And ever since she's been sidelined, I don't watch them.
Well, no one does. I bet you the viewership's down significantly. And so these guys are all beating their chests out. They deserve $1 million a year for a league that has drawn zero interest.
Well, the first thing they better do is they better they better protect their golden goose a little bit better.
They haven't?
Because it seems like, man, these bitches just want a hard foul. Just Caitlin Clark, like you wouldn't believe. Now, I think that she's a little bit of a flopper. I think.
No. But she's like Jackie Robinson was to baseball back in the 40s.
She is.
You know what I'm saying? She's so disruptive, and there's so many African Americans on basketball. They really are biased against her for her being white.
And so if I'm the league commissioner, I'm having an all referee meeting saying, I don't want her to get any preferential treatment. I don't want you to treat her like she's Michael Jordan, LeBron James, two people that they said got preferential treatment over the years because they were absolutely instrumental in the NBA being as popular and profitable. You take Michael Jordan and LeBron James away from the NBA, and you don't have near the NBA you got now. Would you not at least agree on that?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I think Larry Bird could have carried the whole association on his back forever.
I mean, if you want to throw two others in there, throw in Magic and Larry, and absolutely
And
that.
Dr. J, and then that's about it.
Dr. J was the early part of that. He was He was the appetizer of that.
Why don't we throw Naismith out too? Didn't he invent it with a peach basket or something?
He did.
Yeah. Good old Canadian.
But I mean, if prior to Larry Bird and Magic Johnson, they didn't even play the games live. Teams still flew commercial. I mean, they would play the games tape delayed the next day. So if you start with the Mount Rushmore, which is going to be more than 4, but if you start by the men that created now what is the NBA, it's Dr. J, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, LeBron James. The game would not be the same without those people. And those people don't need to be where you're calling fouls where fouls are not being committed, but you're not letting Bill Laimbeer hammer Larry Bird down to the ground. You're not letting these WNBA bitches that have never seen anybody like Caitlin Clark move and here's the first and the WNBA, this is their first person that came in, Caitlin Clark, that came in and moved the needle. The reason why they're even thinking about getting a raise is because of the Caitlin Clark effect. But these African-American girls hate that a white girl's coming in and with all the attention and all the ballyhoo, and they are hard fouling her and beating her up. And why the commissioner doesn't step in and do something, I don't know. If Magic Johnson and Larry Bird and Michael Jordan were just taking hard fouls every time Jordan drove the lane, he was getting, collarboned or clotheslined. You don't think, I don't know who the commissioner before Adam Silver was.
David Stern.
You don't think David Stern would have put a stop to that immediately and says, listen, don't call ticky-tack stuff on Michael Jordan, but don't let him get just absolutely hammered.
Just like they shouldn't let Mahomes get hammered. He's an important guy to the NFL right now.
Well,
I realize he gets a little extra, maybe a little bit extra, but certainly they're not letting people take cheap shots on him.
Well, the NFL as a whole has done a really good job in establishing rules because now
I say protect any quarterback because once that starting quarterback goes down for your team, it sometimes is hard to watch.
Every franchise is built around a multi-$100 million quarterback.
Today it is, yeah.
Every franchise is from Baker Mayfield to Patrick Mahomes to Jordan Love to Caleb Williams to Justin. They're all
to that fourth-string douchebag from Cleveland.
Well, no, but I'm just saying, like your starter, your high-profile starter
is priceless.
The guy from the Ravens, just
Lamar Jackson,
Michael Penix. I'm just telling you,
Josh Allen.
So they have set. The National Football Leagues have set some way over-the-top protection rules for the quarterback, as they should. As the price of quarterbacks have gone up, the rules now are, I mean, like, listen, the minute you're starting quarterback, the minute Caleb Williams goes down, the Bears are screwed.
Yep.
They're screwed. They're done.
Mm-hmm.
The minute Baker Mayfield goes down, the Bears are screwed. I mean, the Buccaneers are screwed. Screwed.
Yep.
So the WNBA players rejected. Now, at $66,000, which I guess is what a rookie makes, you probably can't live in New York City and have an apartment and make a living. You probably can't.
I thought they pay for their housing. I thought they pay for everything during the season. I thought that was part of the deal.
Oh, then you might know more than me. Okay.
I think that's right.
Okay. So, but what I'm saying so the WNBA players rejected a deal that would increase their $66,000 salary to $250,000 to $1 million. I think eventually maybe the $1 million being, I don't know if it's based on tenure, how long you've been there, what your significance to the team is. I don't know. Maybe that's the salary range that the teams can go within. And the WNBA thinking they're all that when realistically they're only all that when they got Caitlin Clark on the playing, and they rejected it. They rejected. Now, hasn't the WNBA lost money every year it's been in existence?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I've heard, yes.
Yes. They've never made money. And this year, I think they're scheduled to lose $15 million, which is down from the usual $50 million they lose. And eventually they're saying within the next year or two, if one, Caitlin Clark keeps playing, and two, now these, like the girl that was the number 1 overall pick, what's her name?
Paige Beckers.
Yeah. So now now that Caitlin Clark broke the mold into the super, like, these girls can be super. Now these girls in college are getting better. The whole girls basketball program from Sammy's age to the WNBA is all getting better. More girls are participating in the sport, which naturally will make the sport better, right?
Yes.
So you're now going to start having Caitlin Clark quality players coming to the pros because all programs are getting better because girls are like, wow, I never knew I would really like basketball. I mean, now I do. There's that many more girls going out for basketball. There's that many more girls playing basketball. Anytime that a sport is on national television or gets the exposure that the WNBA has got over the past 2 years, then it's naturally going to attract more people playing the game, and it's naturally going to have better players. So I don't understand. So my reasoning was your salary should be able to pay for an apartment and a car in the city that you live in. $66,000, not knowing that the WNBA subsidizes your housing. I didn't know that. But at $66,000 on the face of $66,000, I can see where a girl that lived in, if you, the New
Atlanta.
York,
Even Atlanta, 66 isn't going to go that far.
Yeah, but 250, you can live modestly, pay for an apartment, have a car, and be able to not.
Should this be for every job or just for the WNBA? if everybody needs to make a certain amount of money, because to me, these girls work half a year. They get all their housing paid for, and they get I don't know, at a minimum $70,000. So if I'm only working half a year and I'm getting $70,000, like I don't know, like I think that's okay for the time being.
And
now,
I think they also get NID. They're also subjected to endorsement and NIL deals too, right, bud? I mean the good ones.
Yeah, the NIL deals are for college. Then, yeah, you get the endorsements when you're obviously in the pros.
Isn't Caitlin's Gatorade deal $24 million or $16 million?
Her shoe deal, I believe, was $29 million.
Yeah. So there's money there.
Well, they want a deal. They want something. They want to be able to grow their salaries as the WNBA's revenue grows. They want their salaries to be attached to the WNBA's growth. And so the WNBA is not proposing that at all. They're obviously proposing a raise in salaries, but they don't feel like that's on par with where the WNBA is going to grow.
I think the WNBA's argument is, listen, we have 25 years of catching up to do, of losing money, and we still paid you your 66 or your 97 to those people that paved the way for you, but you have to let us recuperate some of our losses. And I'm sure that the raise from 66,000 to 250 is a direct correlation to the television, the added revenue they're getting via TV and exposure. So I don't know. Here's a report. To me, and it seems like these bitches here that really are not moving the needle are the ones that are bitching the most.
I think we can focus on our players in the union. We got a proposal from the league, which was honestly a slap in the face. And
66,000 to what is it? To 250,000. That's a slap in the face.
4 times increased versus a 16 times increase in their salary.
That's a slap in the face.
Yeah. Well, she'll be going back to community organization.
I think we really have to put an emphasis on the players that are in our league right now. But I love to see the league growing. I think, adding these teams in Philly and Detroit, like that's.
And now they're doing expansion franchises.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Karate's microphone's up.
How amazing is that the league can grow, but how cool would it also be to have like a little bit expansion on the rosters? Like, let's focus on the teams that have everything set up right now, and maybe focus on the teams also that find excuses continuously to lack investment into their players before we focus on adding more to the grain of people that can't really be sustained.
Shut up. Just shut up and score some buckets, bitch.
Oh, wow.
I mean, for real.
She had like 5
and to
people.
your point on the NBA and the Jordan thing, it looks like back in 89-90 or 90-91, looks like the NBA did change the rules, according to Isaiah Thomas, to make it more flagrant fouls for Michael Jordan.
There you go. And as they should. You're like, hold on, we got this guy that's a generational talent, might be now considered after he's done with 6 or 7 championships. I think it was 6. With 6 championships and just all the accolades that Jordan brought, you should look what he achieved in the league. And if you're gonna flagrant foul this guy, and flagrant foul happens because you're jealous, because you play for the Pistons and you suck, and so you got to try to flagrant foul you Kelly Tripucka or you Bill Laimbeer or whoever has to flagrantly foul the Golden Goose. Well, if Michael Jordan would have broke his leg and not played the rest, the league would have suffered as such. See, I mean, the NFL has taken steps into protecting the quarterbacks, which are the franchises for all 31 or 32 teams. And within basketball, you got a handful of players that you don't have to just call tic-tac fouls on, but when they're hard fouling, you do something about it.
Well, that's why when the Pistons were doing that too, they did win back-to-back championships.
They used to beat him. If you look at the old video, there's a lot of Hall of Famers that say if you used the current rules with Michael Jordan, he would have averaged 45 points a game.
Yeah,
because they used to beat the hell out of him.
Oh, yeah. They used to beat the hell out of Larry Bird.
Bill Laimbeer, and remember they'd face rake him. They'd knock him out on his feet, on his ass. He'd land from 6 or 8 feet up in the air, right on his ass on the wood. They beat him.
Did you ever see that clip, Lummy, where Bill Laimbeer hard fouled Larry, and Larry starts whipping his ass, and then they separate him, and then Larry takes the ball and throws it about 400 mile an hour at his head?
Larry Bird wasn't taking anything.
No, Larry Bird was like, he's an old hillbilly from Indiana. He's like, I'll fight you right now, bitch. So when I come back, 2 things. Imagine this. Missy Beefcake.
Oh.
Missy Baboon Ass Lips.
Yeah.
She got herself thrown out of Hulk Hogan's funeral. She got herself thrown out. Is this bitch just clout chasing, click chasing? Like, what is she doing?
Well, you said she got kicked out, but then it started. I don't know. It started popping up on my algorithms. I hate that I have a Missy Beefcake algorithm. It started popping up,
and I was right, wasn't I?
Yeah. Well, a bunch of people said, yeah, and there's a. Yeah. No, you're right.
No, I want you to
the drama
continue.
doesn't end. It's it doesn't end. Like, I don't understand the wrestling communities, Bubba. It just seems like it's nonstop drama. It seems like everything is wrestling to them. Like, nothing's real at all. Like, let's go to a funeral and let's cause a scene. And then she's saying Brutus had an anxiety attack and all that, and he couldn't come back in.
Brutus had an anxiety attack because he couldn't go to the buffet afterwards.
Because it was all gone.
I mean, Brutus, control your bitch. My God, control your bitch. You don't see Roman Reigns or Seth Rollins or The Undertaker or any of the big John Cena. You don't see their bitches causing any problems at all. None. Brutus, it's like she now is, her name's not Missy Beefcake. It's Missy whatever. Well, it's Missy Leslie at the end of the day, but she has to gimmick it up. It's like they try to take the wrestler's persona to make themselves popular. She calls herself Missy Beefcake, and then anytime she gets on any type, she says Missy Mania's running wild. Bitch, what a biter.
Well, I sent
what
you
an
an article.
Absolute biter.
I sent you an article that Missy Beefcake said that she was not thrown out and that the story is wrong and that Linda's the one who attacked Beef and Beef had a panic attack and had to
how old is she?
Go outside.
Beefcake. And she still does she still perform?
Who, her?
Beefcake.
No, only thing Brutus performs is I did see this, Lummy. They were in Vegas and he had to have a lark to walk.
Yeah, he's signing autographs at shows.
Yeah. The other thing is I shared with Dan, and I don't want Dan's comment necessarily as a doctor because it's about, I think, Dan, is it a documentation from the Board of Medicine of Florida?
Department of Health.
Okay. And I just wanted you to look at it. I don't want your expert opinion. I don't want to put you in any type of situation where you have to I guess you can have an opinion about it. I just want to walk lightly around that because I don't want to cause any problems for you because you still are governed by that particular board.
Correct.
But I did get some paperwork, and maybe I could hand it to Jay. Maybe Jay would be better to pontificate on it. And is it Board of Medicine or the Board of Health? The Board of Health. Now, Dan, in that maybe give that paperwork to Jay. We'll talk about it on the backside. Did he get disciplined by then, according to that paperwork?
They were suggesting one. It didn't document what the discipline was.
Oh, so this is the
complaint.
This is the complaint. We didn't get we haven't got the disposition yet. But it's amazing how that guy that we're going to talk about next, who the Board of Health found to be negligent.
You sure of that?
Yes, I am sure of that. Okay. Well, Jay, Dan, can you share the?
I'm looking at it.
Yeah. Well,
this is just this is a complaint. I don't know what the ultimate resolution was.
Look at number 24 if you could. It's highlighted, and it's just my opinion.
These are just allegations, but sure, that's a serious one.
We can certainly read those allegations.
100%.
It's public file.
100%.
And I can pontificate as to why would that doctor, who was Hogan's primary physician, why is that guy, who obviously has had some complaints against him for prescribing pain medication, in particular Percocets, 10-325 Percocets, to the point where a guy died. Why is that guy the only person that did the death investigation on Hulk Hogan? Wouldn't you, if you were just the state of Florida or the medical examiner of Pinellas County, wouldn't you just, to cover your ass, have another set of eyes on it? When this guy's already been, there's obviously some type of history of people complaining against this guy, and that's, one could. I'm purely speculating.
Well, I had a conversation with the medical examiner that I don't know that I talked to you about. That I believe I can talk about live.
All right, can we get into that next?
100%.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Walking on broken glass with Missy Beefcake. Dude, Gene told us on Friday how he used to do steroids with Hogan.
Oh, God. Did he really?
Yeah, he said he did one cycle.
You know, and he also claims that AI is.
Oh, you don't think he did? Lummy, you were here, right? Is Lummy out? Lummy was here. He told us a story about how.
Missy and the Missy Mania is running wild. So today is the Hulkster's birthday. You would have said.
I got my client's authority, Bubba, to talk about that. You know who the client is. Brooke, I can say it.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about it. Yeah, I just made sure she's
What's
cool
up,
with it.
Neil, Felix,
She's
LM,
fine with it,
Lou?
obviously.
Lummy, didn't Gene tell us about how he did a cycle of steroids with Hogan on Friday?
Yeah. Yeah.
Bubba thinks he's lying about it.
So what,
Hey everybody, it's Missy.
That's not what we heard.
I didn't tell the story about.
Seth, I don't know what you're talking about.
What? I thought it. What? Is this bad to say that he did steroids with Hogan?
Yeah, Gene Lasker's just talking all kinds of shit.
Dude, he sat here and told us about how he slept at Hogan's.
I know, lover.
You know the stories? He said he slept at Hogan's one time on the couch, and that Hogan came down, got in his face about getting up to go work out, and then he said Hogan pulled his pants down, put one shot in his ass, one shot in each arm, and then put his hand on the wall for a minute, and then snapped into Hulkamania.
No fucking way.
Yep.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
He got in Gene's face.
He got
You ready to work out, brother?
Gene is a storyteller.
What?
Gene said he relived it. You know, he was there.
I would say there's about 0% chance that I have.
0% chance.
So he never slept on his couch?
He said Hogan just leaned on the wall for a minute until it kicked in, and then he said he was a different guy. I'm not here to bury the man's legacy. I'm just sharing stories.
He hulked up, he said.
He said Hulk literally couldn't walk until he took the shot, and then he was like, he was a normal person.
What shot?
Pain shot. Gene said when he slept over at Hogan's house one time, he said he saw Hogan shoot some pain medicine and steroids and completely switch him into a different person. That's Eugene Lasker, by the way. That's his story. Eugene Lasker. What kind of world would it just be Gene on Hogan's couch with no Bubba around?
I just don't think that happened.
And Hogan wanted Gene to work out with him.
Well, I mean,
You believe that one?
that doesn't sound far-fetched.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I feel like Hogan just wanted somebody to work out with him.
The only time Hogan and Lasker had any is when Hogan went to the races or Gene worked on his car.
Wow, I can't wait to talk about this next Friday, calling him a liar. Gene's stories of yesteryear are just dreams, you're saying? Just dreams.
I don't know. I don't know where I was during this allegation.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
JD has joined the fray. Let me see if you can find me. I look real fast. I know it's out there. Hulk Hogan's death certificate.
Okay.
If you can find that for me. So I got Jay here, and Jay can talk more about this particular situation that I want to talk about. And I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't know if, again, Sky Daly, his surviving widow, is the only person that is authorized to get or to authorize a autopsy.
Correct.
Nick nor Brooke have that power. Now, I think the municipality, I think the city of Clearwater,
I sent it to you, or
the medical examiner could demand an autopsy. I think, Dan, you being a doctor, I think that if a police agency thinks that something fishy happened, they can demand an autopsy.
Yep, they sure can.
And I think if the medical examiner thinks something is fishy, they can also demand an autopsy.
So I can add to this exact medical examiner. Brooke reached out to me when it was uncertain whether the autopsy could be performed or whether the cremation already had happened. And so I started reaching out as much as I could to see what I could do to stop things. And so I called the medical examiner myself, and I spoke to him on Brooke's behalf. And
the medical examiner that said it was not applicable for him to do.
The one relying on the Gerald Joseph Fitzgerald
Jr.
Right. So I said the same argument I said here. I said, this is really one of those things where my client's been told some things. We've requested some public information, and if the public information comes back the way it could come back, it could suggest that there may be medical malpractice and maybe something more going on. And so I said, when Michael Jackson died, when Joan Rivers died, when Gene Hackman died, the LA medical examiner, the New York medical examiner, the New Mexico medical examiner did their own independent investigation. And here's what the medical examiner said. Unless I get an indication from the police department that there's a suspicion of foul play, I would tell every family the same thing I'm going to tell you on behalf of that family. Get a private autopsy. And I said, you don't have the independent authority, the independent discretion. And he said, without a call from the police department saying there's suspected foul play, they do not have that independence. So that's what I'm being told.
Meanwhile, all requests for the 911 call, for body cam footage, for even the police report. Even the police report, they will not release.
Yeah, we're waiting for it.
They will not release anything. We're getting, we're hearing Hogan died on a recliner. We're hearing Hogan died while doing breathing exercises with the therapist. We're being told that there was a nurse from there was a nurse from Tampa General, and there was a therapist from somewhere else that talked to a police officer on body cam as to what they thought happened. None of that available. So, to me,
Everything's getting swept under the carpet.
Everything is getting swept under the carpet. And now listen. Now, Gerald Joseph Fitzgerald Jr. is the person that did the investigation on Terry Bollea's death. He also was Terry Bollea's primary physician. And if a primary, not indicating or trying to make any type of inference, I want to make sure that I make that perfectly clear, that I'm not trying to make any inference, but let's just say Bubba Clem was Terry Bollea's primary physician. And Bubba Clem had a history, or at least a couple of scrapes with the medical board or board of health, where I had somewhat of a reputation. We're talking about Bubba Clem now, of prescribing Percocets, particularly 10 by 325s, and there had been an investigation or a complaint lodged against Bubba Clem for one of my patients dying of an opiate overdose. I am Hulk Hogan, Terry Bollea's primary physician, and I have prescribed those type of medications to my patient, Terry Bollea. And I mean, Dan, this is strictly your opinion and not about this particular case, but if a person was in the condition of Hulk Hogan and had at his beckoning, he'd been prescribed Percocets, 10-325, Vicodin, hydrocodone, whatever, any type of opioid, could a person with his conditions have overdosed on those pills?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you're Bubba Clem and I prescribe those pills to Lummy, who's on his deathbed, not doing well, complications from a major, back and neck surgery, all the things that Hogan suffered from, and in the middle of the night, because the only way you can be comfortable is to be in your recliner, and in the middle of the night, you took a couple too many of, and now listen, Dan, mind you, Lummy had just been through hell at the hospital, still had probably remnants of anesthesia, just remnants of medication, and he was resting and woke up in the middle of the night in excruciating pain and took too many.
Right, popped a couple more.
Popped 2 or 3 more. Now, I will tell you this, and nobody can hold this against me. I can't be liable or slanderous because I experienced it firsthand, but I took copious amounts of pain pills with Hulk Hogan. I'm just telling you that.
Statutron on that. You haven't been friends for 10 years.
Yeah, but not only that, but they were
I know.
They were prescribed. Well, no, they weren't. They were his. And he handed them to me. Hey, need a couple yellow birds? Yeah, let's wash them down with some Miller Lights and be high all day. That's what we would do.
But he's consistently, in the time that you knew him, he consistently took some kind of analgesic or narcotic.
He did. He was constantly.
He was in a lot of pain. He got beat up for 40 years.
For sure. And
So,
they were prescription for the most part.
But homeboy took pain medicine.
A lot. I saw it.
Yeah.
I went. I
So
saw
it's not
it.
an accusation. It's it's factual.
I saw it.
You would testify.
You know what? And if you want to prove me wrong, do an autopsy. And when his blood comes back 100% opiate free, then sue me to you know what? Give Jay the paperwork because he's my lawyer. Sue the hell out of me because you know what? That ain't gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just say, Lummy, you're Hulk Hogan.
Yes.
And you in the middle of the night because you are struggling and you're having a tough time. You take. And Dan, you know what? Those pills are good until they're not. I've lost Brian Adams, the wrestler Brian Adams, my buddy Test, whose first name was Andrew. A lot of wrestlers have died. Mr. Perfect in a Brandon hotel. A lot of wrestlers have died from opioid overdosing. That is a very common cause of wrestlers' death. Go ahead and research it all you want. So in the middle of the night, if Hogan, whose primary doctor, we know this to be factual, was Gerald Joseph Fitzgerald Jr., and he took, again, Dan, you don't know when they're going to kill you. You don't know if 2's going to be okay or 5's going to be okay. But 6 might kill you. 5 might take the pain away. 6 might kill you.
Which is scary.
It's a slippery slope you're living on. Now, Hogan never really had to worry about that because he was always, he was just always so immortal and didn't have, wasn't coming from a major procedure where he'd probably been pumped, all this stuff been pumped in him anyway. And so I'm just telling you, the last person that you want to determine how Hulk Hogan died would have been his primary physician, who is a known physician in this area to write opiate prescriptions. He is the guy to go to.
The analogy would be Dr. Conrad doing Michael Jackson's death report.
Dr. Conrad, within the Hollywood circles, was the guy that would get you the stuff that you needed to go to sleep or be out of pain. Every city has a handful of these doctors that are overly aggressive, and they are like little groupies who want to be well known to these celebrities, and word gets out that if you want pain pills, you go to Fitzgerald Jr. So, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
And, there's a lot of, sometimes, doctors and other people around celebrities get pressured to do things they wouldn't normally do.
Right.
And some people are able to say no, and some people are like mark out, and they like not only that, I'll do this, and this for you too, just to be a hanger-oners.
You know what Dan prescribed for me? Flomax.
Oh, nice.
Right. For his prostate.
I'm just saying.
So can pee.
Like, I'm just saying. Like, I don't even, if I went to Dan and said, hey, Dan, I got a bum knee. Can I get some perks? You'd be like, nope. No, buddy. But you know what? You can go to one of my orthopedic surgeon guys, have him look at it, and you can probably start that process.
Well, Florida was one of those pill mill states, and Pam Bondi came in and she destroyed the pill mills. And there were these certain pharmaceutical companies that were just, basically dumping all the high oxycodone. Oxycontin, excuse me, not the oxycodone, not Vicodin, the Oxycontin.
The 80, the meanie greenies.
Vicodin's hydrocodone.
Right, exactly. So
anyway, so Dr. Fitzgerald, so in my opinion, this is strictly my opinion, this is how it went down. Hogan was in his recliner that night, and he took too many pain pills that caused him to stop breathing. Dan went, not Hogan's case, but generally speaking, how would a person die from taking too many pain pills?
Stop breathing.
What's the process?
You stop breathing. Narcotics take out your reflex to breathe. Most people's reflex to breathe is based on carbon dioxide. When your carbon dioxide levels elevate, then you lose, you breathe. Unless you're on narcotics, you lose that reflex.
Let's not forget, one of the things that we got early on, one of the problems he was having is he wasn't able to expel carbon dioxide. You remember that?
Yes.
That was one of the things that they said was wrong with him. So now listen, Dr. Joseph Fitzgerald Jr. may have prescribed Hogan some of these opioids. And so when those opioids could have caused Hogan to have died. So when Dr. Gerald Joseph Fitzgerald Jr. is the guy that does the cause of death, do you think he's going to put in there too many opioids when they can go back and trace where Hogan gets all of those prescribed from? Or does he conveniently make it a heart issue, and whatever issue he put down, put the leukemia in there? And I think Hogan, Dan, I think that he maybe he had traces of leukemia. Maybe he was starting kidney dialysis. I think all those might have been little curveballs to get you off the path of what really happened. And you know what? We could solve all of these, Jay, just like when we were going down this path with Hogan, and I would continue to get more brazen and brazen and brazen with the more information I was getting from my source, and I'd walk you to your car and you would say, hey, they know, Hogan's attorneys know who your counsel is. If indeed what you're saying is so outlandishly wrong, I will be served a 770, so be prepared to walk some of this stuff back. That's what you told me, right?
Yes.
And you're like, so keep going with your sources, keep saying what you're saying.
But you have a good source at that moment. I felt more comfortable.
And I told him my source, and he was like, okay, so if indeed what you were saying was so outlandishly wrong, defaming, slander, liable, whole 9 yards, I will be getting a 770, which will make us have to get on the air the next day or two in a timely fashion and say, hi, this is Bubba the Love Sponge. And yesterday I said Hulk Hogan was having complications breathing and that there was a feeding tube installed and the family had been called to say their goodbyes because we might not have Hulk Hogan around here very much longer. Now, if that was completely not true, and Hogan's out there playing pickleball, going a million miles an hour, and he's okay, Jay would have been served by the time he left the studio to the time he got to his legal office. He would have Ken Trickell or one of Hogan's many. By the way, Jay has personal relationships with Hogan's attorneys.
We've got each other's cell phone numbers.
Exactly. Like fundamentally, or like formatically, Hogan's attorneys wouldn't even had to use the court system. Hogan's attorney, Ken Trickell, one of them, could have called Jay on his cell phone. Jay,
he's my friend.
What? You better shut Bubba down, because I got a 770 coming your way. Be looking for it. Okay, we're good.
I would tell you the morning, Bubba, you got to stop.
Yeah.
Here's why.
And we would have a prepared statement that you prepared for me, and walking back what indeed I said was not correct.
Now, and at the same time, you said everything was an opinion. You said, so I've been heard, and you had sources. None of them were issued as statements of fact. They were issued as your opinion.
Sure.
However, if they had been wrong, 100% you get a 770 across the bow, period.
Yeah. So here's what I don't understand. And I don't understand the medical... When you talked to the medical examiner,
yes, sir,
you probably didn't have the information you have in front of you right now.
No, but I did tell him what I'm allowed to say, which is the information that I've been told is that on body cam, someone says there was medical malpractice committed, that there was an artery, a phrenic nerve that was nicked. And that was what I was saying. Wouldn't it be terrible if this body was cremated and then this public records request, which has been made by the family, which I helped them make, if that came back and showed that video, and he said, well, what your assertions are is medical negligence. It's not nefarious, untoward, suspicious, malicious murder. It's not that. It's not that. It's what you're saying on the camera is that it could potentially be a medical malpractice case. And so I'll tell you the same thing I tell every other family: get a private autopsy. And so that's when Brooke and I shifted our attention to the family.
Well,
and
here's
trying
the deal.
to get to Sky. And
if I'm the medical examiner of Clearwater or of Pinellas County, and I see Gerald Joseph Fitzgerald Jr. as the examining person that determined why Terry Bollea died, and this gentleman here has a history, or at least I can see one complaint of him over-prescribing opioids to the point of a person dying. Dan, we have that paperwork, do we not? We have that paperwork.
You do seem to.
Okay, we seem to have that paperwork.
So
then why are you? Then why? And you are noted and within the little circles of the who's who of being the pain pill guy. Why would you let the pain pill guy, who is also has Hogan as a client, why would you let the pain pill guy write down why Hogan died when indeed the pain pill guy might have been the guy that gave the pain pills as to why Hogan died? Why wouldn't you, as a medical examiner, say, I'm going to go ahead and take this on myself because that is a stone that I need to, that's a chapter I need to close. I need to be able to say, I put I did the autopsy. I went through Fitzgerald's notes, and I went through his entire timeline and his entire medical reasoning, and I went through and I have determined that that Fitzgerald Jr. is dead on, and it went down the way he said it was. I want levels. I mean, I want blood panels. I want levels of toxin.
Published.
Yes.
But you know what, Bob? He really should. Just as a person in a job that is dealing with someone that's so high profile, they should just do the autopsy. They just should have done it. It should have just been natural.
So
it
them
was
not
associated
doing
with
it.
surgery. It was associated with a little bit of a surprise, and I don't think it would be unreasonable. He should proudly do an autopsy.
If not, you're going to have loudmouths like me and other people saying you let his Dan. Let's just be like this. You're my primary physician, and I died.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I died from something you did. Okay? But I'm also fat and could suffer a heart attack at any time. Okay? Dan, of course we're make-believing here. You know that. But, I died from something that you caught. You either prescribed me. Of course, you never would. But let's just say you did. I talked you into it.
Okay.
And I died from something that you potentially might have had a hand in. And my you are the one that gets to determine what you do the investigation on my death. Now, Dan, are you going to write down exactly what killed me, which is what you did to me? Or are you going to write down that I was morbidly obese, I had a heart attack, I had this and that? Dan, you can think of 5 things you could put down as to why I died.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Would you not do that and never have to worry about looking over your shoulder again and get the body cremated? Because my wishes are to be cremated, and to get Erica to cremate me as fast as you possibly can, and nothing to see here, buddy. Or does my family say, hey, I think Bubba might have been going Dr. Dan. Dan might have been doing a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on him. I mean, we love Dan to death. We never want to put Dan in that position, but I mean, I'd like to really know how Bubba really died. And somebody checks your work. Maybe indeed what you said at work. Maybe indeed what you said I died from. But what if I died from what you caused me to do?
Well, I wouldn't find it.
No, you wouldn't find it.
Right.
Of course you're not.
Right.
I just don't understand.
The argument you're making is that if Hogan died from something that this doctor may or may not have done or didn't do, and then he's the one that's sort of supervising his death certificate and the cause of death, then there's a potential bias.
And
that's all you're saying.
That's all I'm saying.
There's potential shadiness. There's potential bias, and it seems like it should just this deserves another set of eyes.
Hold on. All while being in the direct jurisdiction of the Scientology regime, and Gerald Joseph Fitzgerald Jr. having had issues with this sort of stuff before. I have a complaint in front of me that I've handed to Dan and Jay, where there's been allegations that he overprescribed opiates to a guy who had a sore knee, and the guy died from overdose. I have that. I don't know what the end result was. I wasn't able to find that. I guess I probably could.
I have it right here.
Oh, okay.
It's chapter 406.11 for medical examiners. It says, in any of the following circumstances involving the death of a human being, the medical examiner of the district in which that death occurred or the body was found shall determine the cause of death and shall, for the purpose, make or have performed such examinations, investigations, and autopsies as he or she deems necessary. See, there's the discretion. As he or she deems necessary, or as shall be requested by the state attorney. When A, person dies of criminal violence, by accident, by suicide, suddenly or when in apparent good health, unattended by a practicing physician or other recognized practitioner, in a prison and police custody, or any suspicious or unusual circumstances. So there are some of these that are broad, but I mean, you could say, as they have in many cases I've had with medical malpractice where I tried to get a medical examiner. I've had this exact scenario happen before, where it wasn't Hulk Hogan, and it was a young, healthy person that had a routine elective surgery, and they died. And I said, well, that's not natural. And he said, that's a natural cause of death with the way medical examiners consider it. Different case. In this one, it's the same type of situation. He's claiming that his hands are tied because there was no assertion of criminal violence.
But Jay, couldn't you refer the medical examiner to that document we have in our hand right now and say, medical examiner, this was Hogan's primary doctor. This is the reputation that he has. Here's a particular complaint about that sort of thing, and he's the one that did the medical examination as to why Hogan died, and Hogan was under his care of pain pills.
If we knew all that, yeah. I would have just thought, if you're going to rely on a doctor or private physician instead of doing an autopsy, I would at least do a background search on that person and figure out whether they're a credible source. So I don't know whether that was done. I don't know what the outcome of this was, but I can tell you that there's a complaint against him for someone dying as a result of opioid overdose for a period of many, many months, from November through November of the following year, and 120 pills per month, 30 days, every 30 days for a year, and then the guy dies of toxicity. And so that's you already unusual following a surgery.
You already got a frail Hogan, and your doctor is this doctor we speak of, that at one time, not necessarily in Hogan's situation, but at one time was prescribing guys with sore knees 120. Are they oxycodones?
Percocets, oxycodone. Oxycodone's Percocet.
Yep.
Hydrocodone is Vicodin.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we do have, he's very, and Dan, I would say that by sore knee standards, that's very aggressive prescribing.
Yeah, it's also just, again, I'm just filling it again, and one of the criticisms that Pam Bondi and some of the people had with people and pain mills and pill mills is that if you just keep giving someone 120 Percocet every month, they're never going to get better.
Nope.
Listen, I am under some prescriptions. I need sleep medicine to go to bed. My doctor makes me come see her every 90 days.
Yep.
And every 90 days, Dan, I have to go to Quest Labs and get my blood taken.
Right.
And she goes through my blood panels, and she
supervises
it. And listen, there have been times where I've ran out of my Ambien, and she's like, I'm like, she's like, no, not until your blood panels come back.
That's as a result of what Pam Bondi did.
There's been a couple of times, where I was 2 or 3 days, I didn't time it correctly, and I had to it's just that's what real doctors do.
This was at that time. It's 2012, 2013. I mean, that's right when people were being overprescribed stuff. And I had a dear friend who had a car accident, and he had this type of prescription. That poor guy became an addict, and has been suffering ever since.
There's a lot of people that are trying to cover their ass on this situation. There's a whole thing that I can't even really speak of. Clearwater PD is not working with lawyers or media, meaning us, or even Brooke. They're not working with Brooke and getting the body cam footage and getting the 911 calls and getting we can't even not we, when I say we, I kind of talk about I speak to Brooke. Brooke can't even get another set of eyes on her dad's body as to what really went down, and she's afraid that he's already been cremated.
You don't have any confirmation one or the other yet?
She said, when I talked to the medical examiner after the day of the celebration of life, he said that he'd already been cleared for cremation. So I don't know if he's been cremated or not. Again, when Joseph Fitzgerald Jr. is your doctor, and that guy, at least in one instance, has been alleged to have contributed to a person's death via opiate overdose. And that's Hogan's doctor. And I can bet you that Hogan probably was on some opiate. It's my opinion. It's my opinion. Don't know it to be true, but it's my opinion that Hogan was probably prescribed some opiates. And if the guy, his primary doctor, is that guy who did the death certificate, who has a reputation to the point where the Board of Medicine or the Board of Health have already looked into him. I don't know what the final punishment was or the result, but there is a complaint out there saying that he, is a heavy prescriber of pain pills. That's not the guy that I want to be, the guy that does the ultimate checkoff as to why my dad died. I want another set of eyes. The medical examiner needs to do his job. This is a very high-profile case. This is the most probably popular, well-known individual ever to go through your office, and the primary physician that signed off on the cause of death is a doctor that's noted for being pill mill-like, in my opinion.
Yeah, to the medical examiner's credit, he was very forthright with me about what was going on and what was required of the police department in order for him to do it, and he seemed genuinely.
The only thing it would seem to take to do it, Jay, is just to hand him that paperwork that you got in your hand right there. Say, if this is enough, is it reasonable cause to have some type of suspicion that maybe he's pencil whipping this deal when he has a history, at least of one particular complaint? If that's not reason for you to go ahead as the medical examiner to Quincy up, I don't know what is. You're being lazy. You're a derelict of duty.
It does seem lazy. And again, it's such a high profile case. I don't see a harm in it unless there's some kind of religious, protest to it.
I even went to this. It says, when a body is to be cremated, dissected, or buried at sea, the district medical examiner shall have the authority, in any case coming under subsection 1, which is the ones we just determined, to perform or have performed whatever autopsies or laboratory examinations he or she deems necessary and in the public interest to determine the identification or cause or manner of death. And so I said that. I said, isn't there public interest in knowing what happened to the world's most famous wrestler and to probably the most famous person who's ever come out of this Tampa Bay area? And it was simply not enough in this particular medical examiner's opinion to do anything about it, and was saying, but I'm not saying you guys shouldn't do a private autopsy. And so it very simply, if Sky would do a private autopsy, issue's over.
So I got a text from a friend, and he said, hey, I just want to let you know, and he said, I'll testify to this. Fitzgerald was my doctor up until 3 months ago.
Oh.
And he's under investigation for other stuff right now. That's this guy's opinion. That's what he texted me. I'm going to save this text, just to be able to prove that that's the information I got. Here's the problem. The medical examiner only needs a call from the Clearwater PD to say, you know what, we think some fishy stuff might have gone on, or better yet, some fishy stuff didn't go on. But there's public outcry. There's a public outcry on how popular this person was and how his general physician has a questionable background, in my opinion. We need to cross our T's and dot our I's and get this done. But the higher ups of the Clearwater PD, not the guys boots on the ground, not the corporals, the sergeants, the captains and the majors, they're the ones that are putting a squash on all of this. And that breeds Scientology corruption. I mean, listen, every one of us would sit here and would be a liar if we wouldn't say privately, we talk about how Scientology runs Clearwater. I mean, we don't want to say it necessarily
it's heavily influences
because everybody's so scared of them. But Scientology
seems to influence Clearwater.
Seems to influence Clearwater to its highest degree.
Yes.
And there is a bad guy in a woodpile, and somebody killed Hogan. I'm just telling you. That's my opinion from the information that I've gathered. I can say that. From the information that I've gathered, Hogan was killed. And he may have killed himself by taking too many pain pills prescribed by a particular doctor. That's my opinion. I don't know it to be true, but that's my opinion. And where else, why wouldn't the medical examiner, just to shut my fat ass up and anybody else, this is going to be a conspiracy that lives all of time. Meanwhile, Dan, an autopsy from an independent, not even necessarily from this medical examiner who doesn't seem to want to do it. The medical examiner has the power to do anything he wants. He doesn't need a police order. He can say, you know what? I don't like the way the wind's blowing today. I'm going to do an autopsy on that guy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Am I
This
right?
is like the biggest controversy since like who killed JR.
Right. So like Dan, the medical examiner does not have to tell you why he's going to do an autopsy. He can say, I got Dr. Joseph Fitzgerald Jr., who's got a complaint, who's under investigation right now, allegedly. He's the guy that signed off on this. He was Hogan's primary physician. He's a little, he likes to write, he's a little heavy-handed when it comes to writing out the pain pills. Pain pills could have killed him. Let me just retrace his steps, and that way I can put a case number on this and say that indeed I looked at it.
And bottom line, Bubba, is here's the last thing I want to say about this.
Then we got to go to words. You got to leave.
Well, but no one would criticize him if he did an autopsy.
No.
There's no criticism there.
No,
There's
not at
only
all.
criticism if you don't do it.
Nobody.
So he has the resources to do it. It's not going to cost the city that much money. We're wasting weeks on whether or not to do it. But there's no downside.
None.
Especially Sky can do it too, guys.
Hold on, no, but
Right.
yeah, but see, why won't she? Well, because maybe her mom and dad are E7s or 9s or something like that.
I don't know anything about that.
I do. Maybe I just for the life of me, like Dan said, there's not a person in the world that would ever say, "Hey, medical examiner, why did you do an autopsy on Hogan?"
What were you thinking that you did an autopsy on Hogan? What's wrong with you?
It's not like the celebration of life, the open. He's to be cremated, so it doesn't matter how. And I don't mean this to be desensitive, but it doesn't matter how much you cut the body up to be able to weigh the liver, to be able to weigh the kidneys, to be able to look at the heart, to be able to do a tox. It doesn't matter how many cuts you have to make into that body. The body is being cremated.
Right.
It's not like we're waiting for an open casket situation or anything like that. All that is gone.
And even after an autopsy, Bubba, you can have an open casket. I mean, all those incisions are buried under the clothes.
Sure, absolutely.
So it doesn't.
But we're not even fighting that.
No,
we're
it's
well
not.
past that.
Right.
That ship has sailed. Do your job. But you know what? The Clearwater PD higher-ups, we refuse, one, Lummy, to let any of us media or the family have any correspondence of anything that happened and transpired over body cam or over public airwaves, meaning the 911 system. They have got it buttoned down. From the doctor that did the examination, to the lack of medical examiner, to the lack of autopsy, to Clearwater PD higher up saying there's nothing illicit here to see, don't do it, to the fact that the Clearwater PD have locked down all public information about this case, something ain't right. Just like you said earlier, Jay, Michael Jackson, Joan Rivers, these people,
Gene Hackman.
These people were given autopsies, and you know what? Hulk Hogan is as popular as every one of them, except you know what? Scientology wasn't a part of that deal.
And I said those three names to the medical examiner, and one of them was suspicious. It was Conrad Murray. The other one was probably medical malpractice, which was Joan Rivers. And the other one was probably natural death, where they, that really weird timeline of how they died probably 8 or 10 days before they were discovered. And so there was a reason to do all of them. It doesn't have to be foul play. It can be just a matter of great public importance, which is what I was really stressing to him wouldn't it be important for the community to know that everything was good? That's an important thing, I would think. And again, he just kept going back to the same thing, which is, I'm sure, his good faith reason why he doesn't want to do it. Police didn't tell me there's any suspected foul play. If the family wanted to do it, if everything you say is true and the family wants to do it, they could do it.
Before I go into words, and Jay, I want to keep these texts from a guy who was just a patient of Dr. Fitzgerald's up until 3 months ago. He said the following, this is his opinion, which is also my opinion. The following pharmacies will not fill scripts from Fitzgerald: Publix, CVS, Target, and or Walgreens. Only place scripts can be filled are 2 mom-and-pop places and compounding pharmacies. Brooke has reached out and said she's been notified and reached out by cops, nurses, all that want their names out of it, but have gotten a hold of her via Instagram DMs or via, whatever way. She's easy to get a hold of. You can get a hold of her. She's got a Facebook. She's got Instagram. And there's been multiple people, from nurses to police officers to just people that, that were there that are saying there's something bad going on here. And listen, it's a mic drop with an autopsy. An independent autopsy from Orange County or somewhere else that's not, that's not in the jurisdiction of Scientology, to do an autopsy. And at that point they can say, Bubba, shut your fat mouth. Jay, shut your mouth. Dan, shut your mouth, because this is how he died. Here's what's in his system. Here's the blood panel. Here's the toxology report. And here's the fact that he died from a heart attack. Boom. I weighed the heart. I weighed the liver. I looked at the kidneys. Boom. Dr. Gerald Joseph Fitzgerald Jr. was correct.
May he rest in peace.
And you know what? We ain't got crap to say about nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Other than, you know what? Sorry. Sorry I doubted you, my friend. Anyway, Dan's got to go. Back in a minute.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Rainy Hall, 25.
Thank you, honey.
Thank you, Bubba. Thank you, Rainy Hall.
Oh, man. Lummy here?
Yep.
Lummy, how come you don't hit the bell anymore?
What do you mean?
When it's time to take a break?
I had to urinate so bad, Lummy. Who's looking out for the people?
You should have texted me and said, I gotta pee.
Who's looking out for the people that gotta pee, Lummy?
Oh. I'm sorry, Seth.
I still don't feel right. I'm emptied.
You just held it too long? You can damage your kidneys.
Exactly. I'm damaged. Give me the autopsy.
We'll get it. I see Beefcake wants an autopsy.
Does she?
Of course. She believes in it.
She's a hell of a hand.
Great woman. Seth, who would you rather? Missy Beefcake or Linda?
Linda.
Jesus fuck.
Morning. Chip Jones, Sicilian Redneck, Dirt Merchant, Stacy G. What's up, everybody?
Dude.
Snizuki.
I'm gonna go with Linda.
You know I'm going over to catch good waves, Snizuki Slayer.
You don't want to follow the beefcake?
I can't do it, man. That's a tough one though.
I know, it looks good, Chip Jones. Thursday, Friday, Saturday probably. What's up, Kabuki Jones, Ziggy 30, about celery. What's up, Joseph Underhill? Big Buck, how you doing, buddy?
There you go, HS Bubba Finn.
J-Law Bronco, what up? Caviar Tacos, Steve the Grumpy Old Man, good morning. It's gonna be waves here, no reason to go to Costa Rica. What's up, Groupie Lips? How you doing?
What, on the East Coast?
Yep, it's gonna be great. Kirk Angel, good morning. Napa Mike, hope you're well.
You gotta drive to the East Coast today?
No. I got depositions here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, probably Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe. Really good.
Oh, because of the waves.
Yeah. Mr. Skin Dog, James
How big will
Rosa,
it be?
Bob Cook. Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be really good because it's going far enough off off the coast. It's just gonna make waves, and that's it.
Tsunami like.
Yeah, great waves.
It says it's going to be level 10 feet.
Yeah, I have Ziggy. Amazing. The supercars were unbelievable. We totted. What up? Permagram, Shaka right back at you, Sicilian Redneck. Yeah, it's going to be. These are the perfect way they line up for surfers. Is when it goes along the coast and goes straight up to the northeast.
It's summer while you're out burning your balls. We are sweating the bills. Executive producer Lumix has the most efficient way you can support the show. Put the balls back in your pants, Bubba Army. And hit up BubbaArmyTips.com. Yes, BubbaArmyTips.com. Get the most bang for your buck and put a smile on Lummy's face. Now back to the show.
And the Hogan drama continues, of course.
Rainy Hall, 25.
Thank you, Rainy Hall. Of course. First of all, I don't know why. Like, it must have been the niceness or generosity of Sky to allow Linda there, because you know Linda's going to be disruptive. I mean, if you just go by her latest little thing when she was drunk and Lummy had Botox bruises and things like that, and called Hogan a sex addict, and like, why would you let her there?
That's true.
I mean, she doesn't have. Linda has more of a right to be there than anybody.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess. I mean, she put 26 years in.
Well, maybe Nick asked Sky for a favor.
Maybe. And Sky was cool about it. But now listen.
I can't believe he's gone. I mean, honestly, it's really kind of shocking when you think about it. Isn't it really kind of tragic? I can't believe he's gone.
I know.
I mean, I just looking at that picture up there and I'm thinking to myself, he's going to come out of some Trump thing and he's going to say, "So, brother," and I just think I'm going to see him again. And I just look up and I'm like, I just cannot believe Hulk Hogan is gone.
He was killed.
I cannot believe it, and I just can't believe it's not a matter of great public importance. Don't curious minds want to know? Isn't someone curious to know what does all the traumatic head injuries look like on that guy? Aren't there like reasons to take a good look at him?
Yeah.
I would have just, if I was a medical examiner, man, and I'm not, and I understand what this guy's saying, but I would want to know, regardless of what happened. I would want to know toxicology.
I would want to look at his brain.
Yeah,
I would
concussions.
want to look at, I'd want to look at his toxology. I would want to know the medications he was on. I would want to know a blood panel.
His medical history? I don't see any of that in there.
I'd want to know the level of leukemia that he had. I would want to know the level of kidney dialysis. How bad was his kidneys to the point where he was scheduled to start dialysis. I would want to know that faulty heart valve that supposedly killed him. I would have wanted to take a further examination on that neck plate, on that plate that supposedly he had complications with. I would have known it all. And so, nobody could ever say, well, did you know the guy that signed off on Hogan's death certificate was the guy that prescribed him Percocets? And that guy has been under investigation by the state of Florida before for prescribing massive amounts of Percocets to people that died? Oh no. I'd want to dot my I's and cross my T's. Well, Linda. So of course Linda is there, and why on earth was Missy Beefcake there? I have no idea. Hogan and Brutus did not have a relationship. Brutus has been shooting on Hogan for, and when I say shoot, I mean talking smack about Hogan ever since Hogan kind of fake inducted him into the Hall of Fame. Hogan never have spoke to him since. Hogan blamed Missy Beefcake for just trying to get in, like trying to use her husband's gimmick to be relative or to be popular. And so supposedly Linda Hogan accused of being drunk and lingering at the casket during Hulk Hogan's funeral. Hogan wasn't even in the casket. So that's, to me, that leads me to, that's what Missy Beefcake has said, that Linda was drunk and lingering in the casket. There was nothing in the casket. Hogan's body was not in the casket. I know that to be a fact.
No harm, no foul then for hanging out on the casket,
exactly.
Right? If it's empty,
you're exactly right.
I mean,
because there's nothing that you're
hop in, take it for a spin.
If hanging out with a piece of wood is problematic, then so be it. Right.
I mean, just let her sit there.
So supposedly, Brian Blair claimed that Brutus the Barber Beefcake's wife Missy was thrown out of the service for calling Linda the C word. Missy clapped back with a completely different version of events, responding on Instagram via Ringside News. Missy denied being ejected and said it was Linda who created the scene. She claimed Linda physically got in her face and called for security, but when staff intervened, they told Missy and Brutus simply to return to their seats and that they'd handle Linda. Missy revealed that Brutus suffered a panic attack and went outside. Yeah, Brutus is probably like, God dang. You know, my wife has to come here and just absolutely try to just be the Massachusetts masshole that she is. And you guys, Lummy, we know the problems we'd have with Missy Beefcake.
Oh, God, yeah.
She tries to make it all about her. And remember, she was like, you're wrong. She started her stop. So since now I wasn't there and she didn't get really any traction on chirping back to me. Now she's going to start on Linda. And so, according to former WWE wrestler Brian Blair, Linda threw out Brutus Beefcake's wife from the Hulk Hogan funeral. I was standing next to Linda, and I could hear the C word, and I look up, and it's... Now, Brian Blair has no dog in this fight with regards to not being truthful. I know Brian, he's a good guy. And he wouldn't just make this up. He's friends with Brutus. I don't know how friendly he is with Missy, but he's just not going to make this up. I was standing next to Linda, and I hear the C word. I look up, it's Brutus's wife, Missy. Yeah. And Linda called the security because she called Linda the C word and then denied it, but I heard it. So they got thrown out. That's what Brian Blair says. So then Missy Beefcake, because Lummy, she has to, make it all about herself.
Of course.
Because after all, she's Missy Beefcake.
Yes.
What the hell has she done in the industry? Besides blast Brutus. Missy Beefcake says, was not thrown out. Linda attacked Brutus and put her hand in my face. She was yelling for security. When security got to us, they said, take your seat. It's okay. We'll handle Linda. Brutus had a panic attack and we went outside. He was unable to go back in. To me, that sounded like you got kicked out. And why do you have to call everybody the C word? Look, let me show you this, Lummy. She posted this. Now, here we go. This is on her, I think, her ex. Keep talking. Missy Mania. Truth. You can't just go around calling people the C word. And she says, watch me. So, Jay, if you didn't call Linda the C word, why would you post this?
I don't know. Doesn't seem like they match.
And who are you? Who are you?
Just so you know, I blame Hogan. I blame Hogan for all of this. Hogan left such a mess.
He did. He left such a mess. Half the wrestlers wouldn't go out to the 10-bell salute.
Right.
Like, it's like it's a mess.
I heard, but I read that Vince McMahon went up, spoke for 2 minutes, and that he had the whole place chanting for Hulk Hogan. I don't know what came out of it from your end, but I had read that. But this
I
is
heard
just
the same thing.
A lot of this is, man, Bubba. It's so embarrassing.
These are people. When we talk about the Hulk Hogan thing, we're talking about the medical portion of it. We're not talking about the dog and pony show that ensued at the celebration of life and or funeral. We're talking about legitimate, maybe there's a bad guy in the woodpile and maybe somebody killed Hulk Hogan. That's something that we need to talk about. That isn't anything other than, a potential factual situation. Just like we were the only ones and on an island by ourselves for 6 weeks?
About that, yeah.
When we were the ones saying...
June 18th.
That's right.
When we were the ones that were saying... 2 months ago now, June 18th, when we were the ones saying, listen, Hogan, it's not as advertised. All of his handlers and stuff are saying he's okay, but he's not.
Hey, everybody, it's Missy, and Missy Mania is...
If you're trying to... And,
I hate the bracelets jangling, man.
Missy Mania.
She's got good filter on.
Missy Mania. Who are you emulating? Who are you? You're not original. You're trying to be you're a Hulk Hogan biter.
Is running wild.
Running wild. Hogan's slug line, Hulkamania, is running wild. So anytime she goes on one of her social media sites, she's gonna say Missy Mania is running wild, and you're not gonna be considered a ring rat or a mark.
So today is the Hulkster's birthday. He would have been 70.
And then she tries to pull off like they were all good friends.
Oh, yeah.
Hulk hated her for well over 10 years.
2 years old. And I just want to say to anyone out there that's having a beef, no pun intended, with a friend, don't wait till the last second, till it's too late to make amends. About a week before the Hulkster passed away, I just had a feeling, I said, what if he's dying, honey? You need to go there.
But you were saying that he wasn't, remember? Remember when we were on there saying that he was, and you were saying, Bubba, the Today Sponge is full of crap, and what are you going to do when Hulk Hogan goes out to WrestleMania in front of 10,000? Do you remember that, Lummy?
Yes.
Get in your car and go. Go visit your friend. Just go. He was worried he wouldn't get in. I said, at least you're there. So he said, I'll do it on his birthday. And it's not happening.
Would they have let him in?
So hold on. If you didn't say the C word, Jay, why on your Instagram would you put, my dog has a special message for both of you? You're a C, talking about me and her.
That's the other one?
Yeah. And so this is the kind of things that she would say to me. Let me see, where's it at? Let me. Damn it! Why isn't it playing?
It should.
Hey, everybody! It's Miss.
I don't like commenting on people's physical appearances just because I don't think it's real cool. But I don't think my social media manager would let me do this view of myself.
Hey, everybody! It's Missy.
What if you look that hot?
Here we go.
Lots of
hey,
freckles.
Everybody, it's Missy, and Missy Mania is running wild, doing a little shopping. I just want to say, yes, I've seen what Bubba has said, so stop calling me. It's hysterical that Bubba is so unhinged. Unhinged. Am I a rat? No. Was I ever a rat? No. But what would be wrong with being a rat and living out your sexual fantasy with a wrestler, your favorite wrestler?
I'm not, but...
Oh, wow.
Hey, everybody, it's Missy, and I just got back to Tampa, and I am here with Bubba the Today Sponge, a.k.a. a horse's ass. Hey, Bubba, how does it feel to be... Told you so. I just heard that the autopsy report came out on the Hulkster, and guess what? You were wrong. Sorry, not sorry. Better luck next time, Bubsky.
Oh no! Put that thing away.
You're toxic. You're
I
crazy.
don't know why you would give her any.
But guess what? I never been bitch wrong. You're toxic.
Brutus, jump off a bridge as fast as you can. There you go.
Hey, everybody. It's Missy, and Missy Mania is running wild. And you know what? Today's coffee break has been brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts and Bubba the Today Sponge. I am enjoying watching Bubba's public meltdown. Let me tell you something, Blubba.
Meanwhile, all I'm doing is reporting the information I got, which was right.
I'm enjoying the show. Finally. Hey, everybody.
Gina, do you got anything good to say?
Hey, everybody.
So anyway, man, that's class act right
It's
there.
a lot
isn't
to
it?
handle. That's
That is a lot
yeah.
to handle. No wonder Brutus isn't a lark. I couldn't stand either.
Nobody had a panic attack.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Missy's very classy.
Just saying.
Oh, man. Whew, that was a lot to handle.
It sure was. What's up, thuggish, ruggish nerd? Good morning to you.
I just get depressed when I see that stuff, man. That's just like, it's...
I agree.
I just don't know why these... I don't know.
Getting fame off of other people's, like, misery.
Yeah,
misery.
Like,
I just don't know clinging to drama. I don't understand.
Mike Holland, what up? Jacksonville's getting some waves this week. Full trucker effect, huh? Be safe out there, buddy. HS Bubba Fan 69. I'd have to know what you're talking about.
What's wrong with living out your sexual fantasies with your favorite wrestler?
Right.
Oh, no.
Lonnie John 33, maybe onto something.
Oh, but if a guy said that, we'd be raking him across the coals.
I don't know a good probate lawyer in Jersey, but my dear friend Bob Lucarini is there and may know somebody. Or you could just look up on Martindale Hubble. Look for a 5-star, 5.0 rated lawyer. He did no terps. It's not what it appeared to be. What's up, Big Longer? Good morning. Radio 2026.
HS Bubba fan.
Right back at you, buddy.
Here I am with Bubba, horse his ass. What's it like to be brown? You brown? Like, trying to be a clout fucking chaser cunt. Like,
wow.
Like, what the fuck?
Well, Bubba's using the C word.
He did. It came out.
I mean, you can on hot mic.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Well, sometimes it just comes out so naturally, and it feels so appropriate.
It does. Other times, it doesn't.
No, you wish you could take it back. You got that right, Kenny G.
She does that.
Jay needs to teach Missy how to hold herself to a higher decorum, like Dan.
Good luck.
I feel like her existence is like waiting for Bubba to say something and then her to comment back.
Yeah, it's like a reactionary fucking deal. She has no.
Well, there'll be a new post today. Good morning, group of lips. That voice would drive me absolutely nuts, 50 Short Stroker.
She normally watches the show over on Facebook.
Man, I really feel like anybody should be able to come to a funeral.
Which true.
Especially a big public one like that.
I mean, I get not fans and stuff, but if someone wanted to like go mourn him or go celebrate him, if they knew him, I don't know.
I would have gotten thrown out.
But you wouldn't have done anything inappropriate.
Yeah, but just hanging out there?
I don't know, man. I don't ever want to preside over a guest list at a funeral.
That sounds like a losing proposition to me.
Yeah. Well, having a list is like where you get fucked.
Yeah.
Right.
Start having to think like, hey, if this person can't show up, or if this person shows up, there's trouble. Normally, you're not even thinking about that. You're just thinking about your loved one that passed.
Right.
Yeah, we didn't have like
There's
a no-go
shit show
list.
behind a shit show.
There was no no-go list at Joe's funeral.
That's what I'm saying, man.
It's weird.
Hope we left a wild mess.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all of the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Nobody noticed it except me today, and I have, being the investigative reporter that I am, sniffed out the source of Seth's boner this morning. It's a little aggressive, but Seth saw this particular play, and I think he's been hard all weekend long.
I didn't send
First
this,
third down. No, I sent it.
Let me do it, because he knew.
I knew you'd have a boner.
We knew you'd have a. We knew you were going to have a boner over this particular play.
I wasn't. I'm not. My boner. I don't want it to impede the show.
I know, but we saw it, and it's because of this.
First third down for Chicago. 3rd and 5. Williams in rhythm again. There's Zacchaeus. And Alameda Zacchaeus takes it.
I mean, it's been a long time since you've seen that type of offensive prowess from the Chicago Bears.
Don't tell me that they're playing the second string. That's my Super Bowl, okay?
First third down for Chicago. 3rd and 5. Williams in rhythm again. There's Zacchaeus. And Alameda Zacchaeus takes it.
I mean, listen to this is 15 years of frustration. Listen to the fan. Listen to the
112.
Listen to the fans. They cheer, and then there's a next level of cheerment when he breaks the tackle. Listen,
Chicago,
ready?
3rd and 5. Williams in rhythm again. There's Zacchaeus. And Alameda Zacchaeus takes it to the end zone for the Bears touchdown.
We haven't seen that since Willie Galt.
36
Chicago was fired up this week, and the Savannah Bananas were in town as well.
Touchdown to finish off a 93-yard drive to start the.
I'm telling you, man, the Bears are going to be good this year. The Bears are going to be good.
And you said the Packers are going to be where?
I think the Packers finished last in the NFC Central.
Wow.
Why are you doing this? Why are you talking my team up and talking your team down? That's not how it's supposed to go.
Because I'm a realist.
You just don't like Google Hunt.
Hello, who's this?
Jimmy.
Hi, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you for being the only media source to get to the bottom of this Hogan thing.
But I may never get to the bottom of it because they are hiding the bananas so bad. They are trying like hell. Jay, as an attorney, has intervened. Brooke, as the daughter, has tried. I, as a journalist, have tried. Lummy, as the executive producer of a radio program, they got this locked down. You watch. They're going to cremate him with no autopsy, and whoever did what got away with it.
Not as long as you keep doing what you do.
Well, it doesn't matter. I can sit here and talk to him blue in the face. All they got to do is put him in the oven today at noon, and he's done.
Oh, my.
Hey, you can't take an icon, just like Jay said. When it comes to Michael Jackson, I mean, come on. Really?
Yep, I'm just saying that right now, Scientology didn't have much to do with Michael Jackson. Scientology has a lot to do with the chief of police and the mayor of Clearwater. I rest my case and drop my mic.
Oh. How long till we bring Travolta and Tom Cruise into this?
I don't know. I don't think they have anything to do with. They're so far removed from Scientology with being in Scientology.
I know, but we say we accuse them of it. We do a 770, then we're all good, you know.
Hello. Is he? Hello, who's this? Jesus, Lummy. How stupid is our listeners?
They're just so riveted.
I'm like, hello.
The Hogan supporters.
And they're like, they have to, while they're on the
too
phone.
emotional.
Let me, while they're on the phone, they have to hear me say in their little earpiece, hello.
They do.
So why do they lock up? Do they think that they're listening to somebody else?
Bubba, I'm just telling you, people don't talk on the phone a lot anymore, even older people, so they're unfamiliar with the sounds of a conversation.
He's not wrong.
Let me go to words. We'll say goodbye now.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
We taking calls Friday night. Calls. Call Lummy.
Blizzard 200, say it.
Hopefully we get some people that pay attention on the Blizzard 200.
Well, I'm gonna stay on that call until they say hello, Lummy.
So we're just gonna keep it on?
Oh.
All right, perfect.
Even if it takes all night.
This 917 number just keeps going.
What's up, Seymour Cannabis?
917. That's New York, isn't it?
Seymour.
Well, Dr. Dan's not here now, but...
Is that Monica Lewinsky? Holy shit.
It's loud.
Yeah,
up there on the left?
Yeah.
I'll,
Right there?
Yeah, she's got her hair.
Where again?
Right there?
Yeah.
She aged well.
Okay, well, I'll ask him.
Yeah, it says they're talking about their new series, The Twisted Tale of Amanda Knox. I don't know what that's all about.
That's the girl who was accused of murder in Italy, Amanda Knox, remember?
Oh, was it?
Yeah, that young girl that was in college, like 19 or whatever.
Okay.
How does Monica Lewinsky get involved in that? Maybe she's a producer. What's up, John Castica? Thank you, buddy.
Good morning, Bubba Lessman Show. How's it going? You want to hold on?
Missy Beefcake had a post that said all men are cremated equal.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, that's a little unusual for the body to still be around, Rainey. Dirt Merchant, Nick the Gun Guy, good morning.
Lummy, did you see Monica Lewinsky?
I just was looking up a little bit. I was taking the calls. One lady wanted to know if Bubba was going to address the Tuttle Dr. Dan situation. One guy sounds like he's on his deathbed.
Oh, no.
She's 52, Seth. That's what
One
someone
guy
just said.
called and got pissed off that Bubba hung up on him.
She looks awesome for 52.
52, man.
She looks great.
Is she still up there?
Yeah, she's still up there. She's right there.
Oh, okay.
She looks great.
Yeah. Bubba Lessman Show.
Boy, Bill saw the long-term...
Look at the way the other one aged.
Yeah.
He did not pick wisely.
You saw the long-term value there.
Well, have you ever known somebody that when they were 20, they were reasonably attractive, but as they got older, they got really much better looking?
Better looking?
Yeah. Like Monica Lewinsky. I think she was a reasonably attractive 20-year-old or whatever when she was Paige.
I can't really think of any particular...
Look at her there. That's a really pretty 52-year-old woman. With just objectively. She's aged well.
She looks great.
Yeah.
I'd fuck her.
Well, I didn't go that far, but
I would.
but you could.
Bubba's age.
She's been waiting for that proposition.
Babe, Bubba, you're actually one of those.
Yeah, Bubba.
Yeah, man, you're like a fine wine. You've aged gracefully.
I don't know about that.
You have.
You're 10 now.
Loaded tech.
To look at those pictures of you or public pictures of the other thing last week.
Good morning, Loaded Tech Show.
Loaded tip.
Loaded tech.
Say it on me. Blizz over
Yeah, sure.
tip.
Yeah. Yes, it is. I missed that one. Yeah, so just shoot over an email with it. Perfect. Sounds good. Bye-bye. Thanks. Loaded tick. Loaded tick.
Right back at you, Terry.
Loaded tick. Yes, thanks. That's not me. That's the people calling. It sounds very loud.
Your phone is super loud.
And some people are really soft when they speak, and some people are like right on it. Like, did you hear that lady earlier?
Yes, we all heard her.
I have to like pull it away. And that's me turning down the volume.
Really?
Yeah.
She was a volume buster for sure.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Thank you to Jay and Dan for coming in.
Thank you.
This is the new NFL. And I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have a guy much like this.
We sure do.
His name's Louis, and he's bringing the heat, and he's the lead cheerleader for the Minnesota Vikings.
It's kind of fierce.
What's that?
It's kind of fierce.
I've seen enough. That's the new NFL. Whew. I have more respect for the teams that don't have cheerleaders, like the Bears and the Packers, or Jerry Jones, who says, I'm going to make my cheerleaders the hottest bitches I can find. I like to objectify women. Meaning, you know, gay men or whatever. I'm sorry, that's not gonna cut it for me.
Said he was gay.
I'm just saying,
yeah.
Just flamboyant men.
He might be banging all those chicks.
Well,
Louis.
then he's a better man. Then he's a better man than me. I don't know if I can disguise myself to roll that way in order to get that much ass or not. I'd just be happy with the ass I'm getting instead of going out there and flaunting in front of everybody. Jay must have something big going on. He's got a suit on.
I do.
Let me, let's say, 15 after.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Can you get it cleared by then?
I think so.
Thanks for letting me finish. You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummet.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.